One sec. There we are. Okay. All right. Uh, Cryby, you just said, "Is this panic?" I'm. It is taking every bone in my body to not block you from the live. That is fish. It's not panic. It's fish. Okay, but it's all right. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, friend. It's all right. I'm just giving you a hard time. Yeah, no, that's fish from their album Farmhouse that came out in 2000. Came out in 2000 when I was a senior in high school. That is when that album came out. I remember. So, anyways, surprise, 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 surprise. Anyways,
Mej, you asked me, do I sing? Well, I sang the other night. That was me ad-libbing something. It was the Soviet anthem with some, yeah.
That was amazing. That was truly amazing. Guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box, or if you're over on the tube, call in. Hey friends, people are just starting to filter in. I don't know if we'll get anyone on over there, but we'll see. We'll see who pops on. It is late night Sunday. It's our friend Neely. Hello, Neely. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. I did not mean to request. I'm finally one of those accidental requesters.
Well, congratulations. You did a great job accidentally requesting. That means that you were probably tapping just like everyone else should be.
I was tapping, as a matter of fact.
Okay. Well, thank you, Neely. Neely is cool. Neely is tapping. Be like Neely. Tap the screen. So.
Hey, you guys should be tapping too. Tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. Come on, let's do this.
Yeah, do all those things. All right, thanks, friend. We appreciate you.
All right, thanks.
All right, bye. Can we get W's for all of our awesome mods? We appreciate all of our mods. Our mods are the best. Appreciate you. Yeah, do all those good things. Send in your heart me's. Help out with both my live goal and taking care of our friend Nemo. Those things all help get us out to the FYP, keep us on the FYP, so that we might be able to have a chance to talk to some Trump supporters. So. That would be all kinds of wonderful. So if we can talk to some Trump supporters, just Trump supporters, request on up. We'll see who we got here. Christian Menfolk. Hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay, how old are you and what state did you vote in?
35 in Arkansas.
Okay. Would you like to discuss one of the subjects that I have above me or something else?
But I'd like to discuss how you disrespecting our goddamn president. You got him over here. Take that damn picture now. See, you take that damn picture down.
No, I'm good.
Fucking disrespecting our damn president. Take that shit down.
No, I'm good. Did you want to discuss one of the subjects I have above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right
yeah,
now?
the subject above his fucking picture, right? Take the shit down. That's how fucking president of the United States. You got a picture of him like that. Respect him.
You're right. My bad, man. I'm sorry. Here you go. That's my bad. Here you go. Does that make it?
Now you gonna make it bigger.
There you go.
Now you gonna make it bigger.
Yep.
That's what I'm doing to your fucking. Okay.
I went ahead and I changed mine as well.
That's what I'm doing to your fucking mom. Take that fucking picture down, you fucking goddamn mom.
Really? I mean, she's dead, but if you want to do that, man, that's cool.
Okay.
I mean, that's
Okay,
weird. That's real fucking weird.
What you want to fucking do? That's what you want to fucking do.
What?
That's what you want to fucking do. Have that picture up.
Well, yeah.
You need to fucking leave. If you don't like this country, you need to leave. Go to Canada. It's right there. Go to Canada. Go to Mexico, huh? Go to Mexico. Matter of fact, go to ask who.
I mean,
to get blown up by the cartels.
I went to Mexico. Huh? I went to Mexico. I was in Mexico over Christmas. It was.
Why
lovely.
did you get blown up?
What's that?
What you want the fucking cartel since you don't like America so much?
I I never said that I don't like America. When did I say that, bud? At what
You
point
got
did I
that damn
say?
picture up. You got that picture up.
Now, is criticizing the president of the United States the same thing as saying I don't like America?
Yes.
It is
He's the president of the United States. He is the face of America.
Hey, that's hey Nemo. Refresh my memory. Who was the second president of the United States of America?
Oh, that would have been John Adams.
Didn't he say something about this? If memory serves, didn't John Adams say that it was literally one of the most patriotic things that you could do would be to criticize the president of the United States? If memory serves, isn't that true?
I think you're right.
Huh.
I think you're right.
Now, I don't know what John Adams would know about that, menfolk. I mean, he was only, one of the people involved in literally writing our Constitution and one of the signers of it and the second president of the United States of America and the first vice president of the United States of America. But, if he said that it's literally one of the most patriotic things that you could do would be to criticize the president of the United States of America, but I guess you would know better than him, huh?
You know John Adams owned slaves, right? He owned slaves. The same thing.
So
Wait.
hold on.
Wait, hold on. I don't think John Adams did, actually.
He absolutely didn't. John Adams was from Massachusetts. In
Oh,
Massachusetts.
yeah. John Adams didn't own slaves.
But then
Jefferson did, but Adams did
I
not.
fucked up. But then
Damn.
I fucked up. I was trolling. I ain't gonna lie, my fault.
Yeah, right into the mountain, just crash and burn. I was looking it up. I don't know if John Adams is the one who said that. I'm trying to figure out who said it.
I could have sworn it was Adams. God damn it! If I wasn't right, now I'm gonna look like a fucking fool.
I mean, it's probably one of the other founding fathers.
It was. I feel like it. Fucking hell.
Wait for it.
Hmm.
It's Teddy Roosevelt.
Damn it.
There's
God damn it.
yeah. So I when you said it, because like the phrasing isn't the same. Like what Teddy said it's a little bit different. But I've heard that quote before, like what you said. So like what Teddy said, I have Teddy's quote separately. Is patriotism means to stand by the country. It does not mean to stand by the president or any other public official, save exactly to the degree in which he himself stands by the country.
Yeah.
It is patriotic to support him insofar as he efficiently serves the country. It is unpatriotic not to oppose him to the exact extent that by inefficiency or otherwise he fails in his duty to stand by the country. In either event, it is unpatriotic not to tell the truth, whether about the president or anyone else. I hate the double negative.
Yeah, me too. All right, folks, my bad. I was erroneous in the quote. So, mea culpa. Whiskey Thief, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I didn't. I just wanted to troll that last slave that was on your podcast.
Well, he was a troll. You would have been trolling the troll. But
he was. I just wanted to say, keep going, bro. I'm out.
Thank you, my friend. All right, we appreciate you. You have a great rest of your night. Okay, take care.
You too.
Bye. Guys, if you're over on the tube, because we've got some folks in the tube, we'd like to invite you to call in. Our phone line is open. You can see that at the top of the screen. If you're over here on the TikToks, request line up. Have a chat with us. We just like Trump supporters at the moment. Please, Trump supporters, help us out with that live goal. Help out Nemo. Keep tapping the screen. We can get some Trump supporters in here. We appreciate you guys. Speaking of Teddy Roosevelt, Nemo, I was going back through people's history of the United States, and I'm in the I'm kind of in the area where we're hitting like socialism into World War I. And one thing I was reminded of, as much as I always associate Teddy Roosevelt with progressivism, right, and being part of the Progressive Party, I do always really forget that although he was the face of that party and associated with it and all these different things, he was kind of like basically secretly conservative. Like he was essentially like conservative light. Like
Oh, yeah.
like basically that's like he was not as progressive as, hey Erica, hi friend. He was not as progressive as one would lead you to believe by saying he was the leader of the Progressive Party, you know?
Yeah, yeah. So that period of time, it's a weird one. It's a weird because that's like the first transitionary period that occurs between the parties, because he was McKinley's vice president. He was a Republican. So Theodore Roosevelt, while he was president, was a part of the Republican Party.
Right.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Is this a Mon announcement?
No, I just want to tell you to leave the country. If you don't like it here, go back to your own.
Oh my god.
It's the dumbest fucking shit I hear, I swear. Trump Strong, you are in the chat and said remove that now. Why don't you get on the panel and tell them? Maybe they'll do it if you say it out loud. While we're waiting for your request, everyone keep tapping. Please keep tapping screen. Tap Matt. If you don't like Matt, tap him like you're punching him in the face. Trump supporters, we fully support that. The guys do have the green and blue apps in their bios. If you support them, if you like them, go ahead and send them a little tip. We really appreciate that. Also, Nemo has a Discord in his bio. Matt is also involved in there. He has his space. So go ahead, just join us, join the family,
Join us.
and have some fun.
Join us.
I just want to say hi. I'm going to try to slowly come back. Politics is, yeah, I needed a break. So, but yeah, everyone just keep supporting the guys. We appreciate your help.
Thank you, Nell. We appreciate you. Thank you, friend.
So, Theodore Roosevelt, he was McKinley's vice president. He was a Republican. He actually became president in McKinley's second term because McKinley got popped.
He got popped. He got kirked.
It was pretty wild. And then I can't remember when Theodore Roosevelt got popped. I think it was when he was trying to do the Progressive Party.
It was
or
after
the Bull Moose Party.
It was the Bull Moose Party, and it was after, and he was giving I know you like that one, Erica. And he was giving a speech, and the bullet lodged in the like in the whatever it was in his pocket. Like
it was
right.
It hit, and so what stopped it was his speech. So his speech was so damn long. He had it written, and it was like folded in his pocket, and
that's it.
That's what slowed it down just enough. Where I mean, it still hit him, but he was able to go on and give the speech and then get it taken care of. Dude, he was built different. It was wild. He definitely was conservative. Like, I mean, like you can point to plenty of good. Like really good quotes or good ideas from Theodore Roosevelt, but there's also some questionable ones, right? He was definitely racist. But like that kind of lines up with his conservatism, right? It's like his racism and his bizarre view on, I mean, I guess race, but like people, like the peoples of a country, you know, like, oh, the people of this country are lesser. Like he was not like progressive by any means in the sense of like social, in like a social sense. Economically, he was. That's why it's such a confusing time, because right around that time, to further the point about the transition in the parties, I think he tried to run for president in
Wait,
08 or 1912.
Are you talking about with the Bull Moose party run?
Yeah.
When he did his third party? Yeah, it was 1908, I think, because we looked that up recently because I was looking up third party runs. I want to say it was 1908. But
So
yeah.
right around that time, Woodrow Wilson, he was Democrat. Woodrow Wilson, literally, I think his inauguration party or whatever, they played Birth of a Nation at the White House.
Yep.
They literally played Birth of a Nation at the White House, which, for anyone that doesn't know, it's a very racist movie. And also there was like a Klan march or something like that, which I think he disavowed that, or he didn't claim it, but yeah.
Let's see what we got here. Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, man, it's Melvin. How you doing?
Hey, Melvin, how's it going, friend? How are you?
Hey, all right. I just got a couple of seconds. I know you're about to go at some other people. I just want to let you know, if you tell people to go to my site and go put in Matt, that's your first name, 20, the number 20.
Yeah.
You get 20% off their purchase.
Really? All right. Well, then I guess what I'm going to have to do is we're going to have to pop it up on the screen for everybody then. How about that?
Yeah, that would sound good.
I think we're going to have to do that. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to pop I'll put it up there for you. Here's what we're going to do. I'll copy the link. Yeah, man.
Is Nemo there? I didn't hear him.
Oh, he's there.
Yep.
Hi, Nemo.
Howdy.
All right, let's see here. All right, I'm going to put it up there. Hey, it's our friend Erica.
Hey. Hi, guys. Is this Mr. Melvin on the phone?
It is.
Oh, okay, cool. Hi, Mr. Melvin. Hey, I put the code and everything on my link tree for you too. So when people visit, they'll see it and they can use it. Okay?
Yeah.
That is awesome. Thank you.
Here's what. Yeah. Now, Melvin, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep it up on the screen for a couple of minutes for folks, but then I too am also going to put it in my link tree for people to check it out.
Stop copying me, man.
Because Erica did it, and she is a very smart person, and I do what smart people do. That's why I'm doing it.
Yeah, and I'm happy she was able to, because she dealt with the last person she dealt with was like fried her brain. It was crazy what he was talking about. I don't know what was going on with that.
And so just to double check, the code is MATT20, correct? Is that correct?
Yeah.
MATT20?
That is correct.
Okay. Well, I've got it up right above my head right now. So if you go back on the live, you'll be able to see it. And then I'm going to put it in my link tree. If you want to access my link tree, you can find the link in my bio over here on the TikToks, or if you're on the Tube, you can find the link right there in my description. Okay? I'm going to put it there momentarily.
And that'll last till Thursday night for you guys.
Thursday night, guys, you got 4 days to go and grab something. Okay, that is very generous of Melvin. Go check out this. Go check out this stuff. I've gotten a chance to take a look at it. Go check it out. Okay, guys. I want to see what our friends are cooking up. This is a lot of fun, and it's really cool to support people that are trying to make a difference. So go check out his stuff. We appreciate you, Melvin. This is great.
All right. Have a good night.
You too, my friend. Thanks very much.
All
right. W's for our friend Melvin. We appreciate you, Melvin. I'm going to pop that into the link tree right now.
Also,
I had to gentle parent a child today, and it wasn't mine.
Oh.
And Nemo was there helping from the comments. But like,
oh, that's who you're talking about. Oh, okay.
He was 25, but he was still a child. I told him, Matt, I told him, I said, listen, I'm trying to help you from when you go talk to Matt, not to Matt, but to Parker or Dean. I said, I'm trying to help you. Because he was getting upset. I'm trying to help you.
He was so wrong on like all of that.
Wait, so was he just in the comments, or did he come up and talk to you?
He was a call in on the tube.
Oh boy.
Yeah. And what did he say? He talked about some people like taking poos or something in fields in Yuma, migrants doing that, and then like how in Yuma, Arizona, because they provide all the leafy greens. He was talking about actual vegetables. Yeah, he was talking about actual veggies. That like it cost them like $4 billion or something like that. When in fact it was only like $1 million. It was wicked work. It was wicked. I found out the $1 million thing after the fact. No, was it? Hold on, what did Phil say? Because Phil did the thing for me. I got sources, y'all. I gotta find it though. Okay.
I scrolled in right at the end when he was talking about. He had said that Trump had put a pause on worksite raids for farmers.
Oh my God! All right, hang on. Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hello?
Yes, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I didn't vote for Donald Trump. I just wanted to say point of order.
Okay.
Point of order. Good night.
Was that King Fan? What was that King Fan?
Am I?
That's what Eric Mays used to say all the time. Point of order. Point of order. Eric Mays from Flint, Michigan. He was a city councilman. Oh, it was the Pooh. It was the Pooh, not Brett Cross. It was the Pooh. Because POO, point of order. Thank you. Not Brett Cross figured out the rhyme, like the riddle for us is what it is, the riddle. I'm tired. I'm not staying here I just wanted to tell you how I had to gentle parent this child. And listen, I only did it because I'm preparing him, all right, for, when he goes and debates, other people, all right? Because he is not going to make it he didn't make it with me. He got so upset, he was like, do you have any other questions?
Oh my God, I love that so much.
And I was like, no, I got nothing. I got nothing. And so just had to let him go. But like he would never make it against like you or Dan, right? He would never make it. It was bad. It was so bad.
You guys says, why don't you ever gentle parent us? She's so nice to you. What are you talking about?
Gentle parent you all every single day. Every single day. I practice.
Yes, guys, the mag store in the link tree. That's Melvin's store. Yeah, that's his merch. So check it out. Check it out.
Yeah. Good.
No, please.
Okay. He was really trying to argue that. So one, he tried to argue that Trump had paused deportations for farm workers. That was his original claim. Now, Erica debunked that pretty easily, right? And then he shifted to, okay, but the raids of farms have stopped. So when he put the pause on in June, they're no longer raiding farms. Okay, that's also bullshit. He kept trying to shift it away, and oh man, it was bad. It was bad. The little that I saw of him.
Okay. Oh, that sounds fucking awful. Cool. Erica, you get the fun ones, huh? I mean, I get the fun ones too with Nemo at like late night. We they also seem to like us, but you get some fun ones too.
My bad. I was gentle parenting my child.
Oh, you were doing like real gentle parenting.
Yeah. Hey, that's mine, child.
Brent, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump? Hello, Brent?
Yeah.
Brent, sounds like you are in a washing machine.
Wasn't Brent the guy who came up the other day and he wanted desperately to like burp on command, but he couldn't?
Oh God, I can't
Wasn't
remember
it that guy? Maybe, I might be thinking of someone else. So, but anyways,
Also, thank you, Linda, for the green app. You said for your knowledge of history. Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
by the way, it was the election of 1912 because as soon as you said the Woodrow Wilson thing, because Woodrow Wilson was elected in 1912, and then that would have been 19. So I was like, so it was 1912, and that was the whole Republican, what do they call it? Republican schism. When they had the party split. Yeah.
Oh, the Bull Moose Party.
Bam. Exactly.
That was really stupid of Theodore Roosevelt to do that, by the way.
I mean, it's the danger of splitting the vote.
Exactly.
Well,
they don't do that.
As far as splitting a vote, let me see if I still have that. Shit. Okay, never mind. Hold on.
Oh, Trump Strong is back. He's back in the comments. He says, remove that post now. Except every time when I read something like that from, I know, Eric, you've invited him like a dozen times. It's just funny. I'm enjoying his abject despair from the comments now. I kind of read his voice in my head is more like, remove that post now. It's more like that in my head.
More nasally.
Yeah. Now.
Yes, that's better. That sounds just like him.
Move it now. Did I do that?
Okay, I found it. Here we go. So, Matt, I'm going to send you a screenshot of that.
Okay.
So, regarding splitting the vote, this is a nice little warning from history of why we shouldn't split a vote.
Oh God! Why did I know this was what you were going to say? God damn it!
Yeah. So once upon a time, in 1984, there was this election in Kentucky, and it was occupied. It was a Senate race, and the Democrat was the incumbent. And there was this other guy, you might know the name, Mitch McConnell, and he ran against the incumbent Democrat. And the Socialist Workers Party also insisted on running in that election. And if you do the math on that, 639,721 plus 7,696 equals more than what Mitch McConnell got. Meaning that we have, in part, the socialist workers in Kentucky to thank for Mitch McConnell.
It would have been over 647,000 votes. So that means that Huddleston, the incumbent, would have kept his seat.
Yeah, who is Dave Walters? I want to fight him.
Yeah.
I don't know. But
how you gonna change my life before I'm even born? That's crazy.
But he's not even important enough to warrant a link on Wikipedia.
That's a good point. Yeah, he doesn't even have a Wikipedia page.
I mean, that's so maybe he was a plant. I don't know. Mr. Republican, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did. What can I call you? You want me to call you Politic?
You can call me Matt. Can you tell us how old you are and what state you voted in, please?
Yeah, 27, Pennsylvania.
Okay. Do you want to discuss one of the subjects that we have above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
We could talk about Iran if that's all right.
Sure.
So, do you think that Iran, do you think that Iran really stands up for anything that the Democrats here in the United States stand for, like the unaliving of protesters or like women's rights, trans rights, gay rights, like any of that at all? Do you think Israel's a better country?
I don't really have an opinion on any of that. I thought you wanted to talk about our war with Iran.
Yeah, well, like
if you wanted to talk about our war with Iran, none of that matters. So what are we going to talk about the war with Iran or no?
Yeah, well, like my thing is like I'm just so confused on why like there's this huge democratic movement of like supporting Iran and like against the war when it's like that is a terrible place to live. Would you agree?
I'm so sorry. I think you're just mistaken. It doesn't seem like you understand what's happening. So no. That's not what's happening. Anyways, did you want to talk about the geopolitical impact of the war with Iran and why we shouldn't be at war with Iran right now? Or did you want to talk about just why you want to try to do like some sort of a gotcha with what you think Democrats believe and how you want to tie it into Iranian theocracy? I don't even understand really where you're trying to go with that. I mean, I sort of do. I get what you're trying to do, but no. So anyway,
well, yeah, it's not just Democrats. I think 95% of the people here in the U.S. agree that that is a terrible place to live and a terrible country. But
actually, Iran isn't a terrible place to live and a terrible country.
For a woman, for a gay person?
If you would let me finish a sentence, I would explain what I was about to say. Could you let me finish a sentence? Thank you. It's not a terrible place to live or a terrible country. They have a terrible government. A terrible, terrible government. They're terrible people, and there's no love lost that the Ayatollah or any of his clerics, or anyone higher up in that government is dead. Don't miss them. They're awful, awful people. But quite frankly, to sit here and try and judge them and to say oh well, you guys. You guys just you love them. Why do you? Because you don't want war with Iran. It's because you guys love them. You love them. No, see, it's that's such a reductivist argument and trying to just make everything insanely black and white. It's really it makes you sound a little bit silly. So I'm gonna hope that as a 27-year-old guy that you're not trying to do that, right? You're not trying to be that reductive in your argument. So what I'm going to hope is that you understand that there's an insane amount of nuance here, that there's, 70 years of history between us and Iran and our meddling in their country, and 80 years of our history between us and Israel, and the geopolitical climate of the Middle East and all of the meddling that we've done there. And so it's insanely complex. It's not as simple as what you just said. So can we agree that maybe we should start there?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that you brought up is that, it's not necessarily a terrible place to live, but the government is terrible. What makes the biggest impact in a country on if it's a terrible place to live or not? The government. So yeah, I think everybody can kind of agree it's a terrible place to live because of the government, and especially for women, gay, and trans people. Would you say that it's a great place
I'm so
to live
sorry.
for
Why
women,
are you
gays,
so?
and
Are
trans?
you a Republican who voted for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Then why the fuck do you care? You hate women, gays, and trans people too.
No, I don't.
Sure you do. You voted for Donald Trump.
Okay, explain to me how he hates women, gays, and trans.
Dude, I don't want to talk about that because you wanted to talk about the war in Iran.
You just brought it up. You don't want to talk about it?
No.
Do you like Turning Point USA?
Do I like Turning Point? I like Charlie. I don't like his wife.
You like Charlie, but you don't want to say you like Turning Point USA, the organization that he literally founded and co-signs on. Dude, it's literally all of his beliefs.
All right. You don't like what it's turned into. Is it? Did you
Before
like it
Charlie
when
passed, I
Did you
loved
like
it.
Did you like it when Charlie was running it?
Yes.
Awesome.
I will defend life before suffrage because a vote used to represent the family. When we were a culture that really valued family and really understood the natural order that God intended, man serving God, woman following man who serves God, man and woman developing and nurturing children. You only needed one vote per household because that vote was about the entire family, as they have destroyed our family structure and made this all an individual pursuit.
So that was Jason Whitlock at Turning Point USA, and I think it was 2022. He was a key speaker, and I mean, you can kind of hear the crowd cheering as he's saying that he will defend life before suffrage, as in the life before women had the right to vote. Did you know, what country where women have the right to vote other than the U.S.?
Iran. I know what you're going to say.
Yeah. That's pretty crazy. So, I mean, as far as, the oppression of women, if you like Turning Point USA while Charlie Kirk was still alive, he was still alive and still making decisions for Turning Point USA in this clip. And I guess that Jason Whitlock was good enough to be put on stage as a keynote speaker. So, I mean, on some level, it sounds like Charlie Kirk would have been okay with it. But I am glad that you said that you like Charlie Kirk.
I love Charlie.
That's awesome. So this is that you might really like this one. Wait for it.
By U.S. lawmakers that we need to take out the Iranian nuclear program, and you can make a good argument for that. You can make an argument that Israel has wanted to do that for quite some time. It's becoming more and more clear to the surface that Israel will not be able to finish the fight unless American B-52 bunker busting bombs will get involved. However, if you watch carefully and closely, amongst the Washington, D.C. and neoconservative, neo-imperialist class, especially in the Republican Party, they've shifted gears. They've shifted gears from Iran should not have a nuclear weapon to Iran should not have an Ayatollah.
Now, Charlie Kirk railed on the Trump administration and obviously the Republican Party when they insisted on blowing up a bunch of sites in Iran last year. Charlie Kirk goes on to talk extensively about regime change. If you think that I'm taking him out of context, I'm happy to play more of him talking about how regime change in Iran would be a massive mistake. So, you like Charlie, right?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, cool. So, you want to square that circle for me?
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously, me saying that I love Charlie and I like Charlie doesn't mean I'm going to agree with everything he's ever said 100%.
Oh, cool.
Now, when you played that first clip and then you were talking about the whole things with the women's rights to vote and stuff like that, I mean, back then we only needed one income to provide for a household. I mean, what was wrong with that day and age and that time period?
Are you unironically arguing for stripping women of the right to vote?
No, what I'm saying is, wouldn't it be nice for the average person to be able to provide for an entire household off of one income?
That would be nice. That's completely.
Yeah, like,
that's
what are you
completely
talking? That's
not.
all I brought
that
up.
is entirely unmoored from what Jason Whitlock was talking about.
To an extent, I mean,
to an extent, he was talking about I will defend life before suffrage, not I will defend a life where you could feed a family on one salary.
To be honest, if we got rid of the exploitation of illegal immigrants being paid extremely low wages in our country and took women out of most of the jobs, yeah, everybody would get paid enough to take care of a household.
So what you're saying is, number one, that immigrants are getting paid exploitative wages, right? Even
that's
though
what
we're
the
talking
Democrats
about
want to
people that
keep
work
them
in
for.
construction that are probably making north of $20 an hour.
And
number two, you are now
$20.
also advocating, in addition to stripping women of the right to vote, stripping them of the ability to hold a job.
Some, yeah.
Oh, some, cool.
Some
so
jobs,
tell me more
like
about
women
how. Tell me more about how Republicans are for women's rights. Tell me more about how Iran is clearly worthy of having a decapitating strike and countless people being unalived in the name of women's rights when you are sitting here advocating for stripping women of their rights.
No, so what I was saying is that Iran goes completely against everything that Democrats believe in. So
What you were saying? I'm sorry, no. What you were just saying was that you didn't want women to be able to hold a job, and you were trying to defend.
No, I said America would be better. I didn't say I want that. I said America would be better.
So you're fine with that, right? So clearly,
yeah, especially if
to
they couldn't
Matt's
drive.
point,
That's
to bring it all the way back to the original point, you asked, how is it that MAGA was against women's rights. You made the case yourself just now.
I didn't say no. So what I was saying is that Iran is completely against everything that the Democratic Party stands for. I just don't understand where the political backing is from, where it's almost black and white how all Democrats hate the war in Iran. Really?
Really?
The majority of Democrats do hate the war in Iran, yes?
Hate the war in Iran,
and hate Israel for some reason.
Yeah.
And want to push into socialist programs. So it's a bunch of national socialists that hate Israel.
I'd agree with
That's
you on the
pretty
first two
Nazi to
parts.
me,
The
dude.
first two parts, yes. The majority of Democrats, as in voters, not politicians, but the voters, yeah, you're correct on the first two. The last one, that's not so much. I wish it was, but not so much.
You guys are a bunch of Nazis, dude.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 100%. You just
That's
hate
awesome.
Jews. Hate Jews and want to
Wait,
the National
since when?
Socialist movement. They hate Jews. Like, what
Wait,
the
since
fuck?
when?
Do you like Israel? Do you think they're great?
No.
Are you a Christian?
No.
Do you like socialist programs?
Yes.
You're a Nazi.
No.
Yes, dude. Do you like
How?
Jews?
Do I like Jews? Yeah.
Doesn't sound like it, dude.
Based on what?
You hate Israel.
So?
The biggest Jewish capital of the world. I think you're brainwashed into hating Israel. That's as simple as it gets.
I'm pretty sure that you're trying to equate Judaism with the country of Israel. They are two separate things.
Israel is the best country in that region.
The
Iran
best
is
country in that
disgusting.
region. It's crazy how
Afghanistan
you
is
didn't.
disgusting.
It's
Literally
crazy how you
garbage.
didn't respond to what I just said. Let's try that one more time. You're trying to equate Judaism with the country of Israel. They are two separate things.
Where the majority of Jewish people live per capita. in the
Mr.
world.
Republican, just out of curiosity, are you Jewish?
No.
Then why are you the authority to speak on this?
What?
Why are you an authority to speak on what
Were
Jewish
both of
people
you guys
believe?
just speaking on women's rights? Are you a woman?
What's that?
Are you a woman?
Am I a woman?
You both of you were just speaking on women's rights.
No, I'm asking.
Hey,
why-
Mr.
Do you have the authority to do that?
Bud, calm down. I've got a Jewish person to talk to you about it. There you go.
A Jewish woman?
Yep.
Mr.
there you go.
Republican, you're not even Jewish?
No.
Neely,
Then
hi.
shut the fuck up. Zionism and Israel and Judaism, Jewish people are not the same as Zionism. I am Jewish, raised Jewish, Jewish day school through 9th grade. I bought mitzvahed, everything. And you know what? Netanyahu's a war criminal. And Israel, sorry, no. It's not the people, it's not the citizens, but the nation of Israel committed war crimes and committed a genocide. So you can shut the fuck up. And equating
So did
Judaism with
Iran. What are you
anti-Semitism
talking about?
is making it way worse in this country. Because people are anti-Zionist and then they equate that with being anti-Jewish. So stop it.
No, you stop it because being anti-Israel is fucking disgusting.
Bro, they committed a genocide.
So did Iran.
Really?
Really? When?
to the protesters.
That's a
That's
genocide.
not a
Not a
genocide.
genocide.
I mean, honestly, what's even worse than any genocide that's ever been performed is abortion.
Wait, what's worse than any genocide? It's crazy how
called
you're
that.
trying to pivot
All
to a
gen-
different topic.
Do you know the definition of a genocide?
Hold on. Time out. Before we go any further, what did you say about abortion?
It's the worst thing that ever happened in the history of the planet.
Fantastic. I just want you to know, just as an FYI, the country that you're defending, Israel, they have free on-demand abortions from their government. Did you know that?
Wow.
And we support them and we pay for them. Did you know that?
So does Canada. What the fuck are you talking
They
about?
also have a whole
No,
lot
no.
of people that go
Mr.
there when they're
Republican.
wanted for
Yep.
certain crimes.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is that the country that you're championing, we pay them. We
It's also not
support
a
them
Christian
for it.
nation.
I thought you had a problem with abortion.
Yeah, because I'm a Christian.
Then why are you not upset with Israel for murdering all those kids?
I'm upset with all abortions everywhere. I'm
the stupidest fucking thing I've ever
What are you
heard.
talking about? Who? Yeah, obviously that's a negative thing. I can't control what goes on in abortions in Israel, bro. What the fuck?
Bruh. All right, you're
And
done.
tell us again how it's the best country.
Which is the best country? America?
You said Israel.
I didn't say the best company in that, or the best country in that region is what I said. The best country in the world is the U.S. The only thing that makes
companies
the only
actually
thing that
more
makes the U.S. garbage is you guys.
companies are actually closer to the real thing, I think.
Bro,
I'm
the
just
word
curious,
region hasn't come out of your mouth.
are you unable to recognize the difference between an argument saying that like a war is illegal, unconstitutional, inhumane, destabilizing, and the fact that you think that Democrats are like pro-Iranian regime? Like, are you gaslighting? Are you ignorant? Are you incapable of distinguishing the two arguments, or how does that work? I'm curious.
What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Do you
Should
think
I
it's
say
a
it
good
slower? Or
thing?
do you not understand the accent? What are the two?
Both. Like, where the fuck are you from? Boston?
I'll give you a second just to read the name again. But yeah.
Brian. He's a smart. This kid's a smart one. I'll tell you. He's real smart. This one.
I'm just. I mean, slowly. Like, can you honestly not distinguish between the argument of being pro-Iranian regime and being able to argue that it's an unconstitutional, illegal, inhumane, and destabilizing war?
Is it unconstitutional if it passes through Congress within the 90 days?
Wait a minute. Well, that's for certain extenuating circumstances, right? That you're talking about. And does he have anything that he said so far that he's actually providing to Congress within those 90-day timelines?
It's only been going on for like what, 10 days? Not even.
So what does that mean? Does that mean he doesn't have to provide a solution and answers to Congress
within 90 days?
The problem
He's
is
got
that
80 more days, bro.
The problem is that there wasn't an imminent threat. There has to be
That
a
has been
justification for
provided.
use of there. The problem is that there has to be a justification for use of force with an imminent threat, and there wasn't
we'll
an
find
imminent
one.
threat.
We'll find one, don't
We'll
worry.
find one. Do
That
you
sounds
listen to
very
yourself?
that sounds very IDF of you.
IDF?
Yes.
How do you? Oh yeah. What?
So I was just going to ask Mr. Republican, which of the reasons that the different members of the Trump administration have given for why we're at war with them, which one is the real one?
None of
You
the
know?
ones that they've given is the real one. I have my own opinion on that.
So they're all lying? Cool. All right, we're in agreement.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, well, which war wasn't lied about?
What?
Which war in Americans' history doesn't have lies all around it? Like, what are you talking about? Which president hasn't lied to us?
So why you're willing to accept that, or I'm curious. It seems like you're
That's
more than willing to
politics,
accept
dude.
that.
Name a politician that hasn't lied.
How about usually they tell one lie, not four.
You're trying to do I mean your false equivalency is cute, which is lovely, and you're right. Of course, all politicians lie. I'll tell you what though, if we're going to do the tit for tat thing, where you're like all politicians lie, oh it's all the same. I would encourage you if you can give me any other president who verifiably lied 30,000 times in 4 years. Provide the proof right now. Hell, I'll even let you show me a president that lied 30,000 times in 8 years, and then I'll delete my account right now.
30,000 lies in 4 years.
Yep,
What is
that was what Donald Trump did in his first 4 years as
It's like
president.
10,000 lies a day.
As verified. Not 10,000 lies
What?
a day.
So he's president for 3 days?
That's not how that works, Chief. Your math is a little fucked. But anyways, that was verified by multiple fact checkers. He lied 30,000, actually over 30,000 times in his first 4 years as president.
But either way, like not all lies that politicians tell lead directly to thousands of deaths as a result of it. You know what I mean? So again, it's the equivalency there is you can't relate the two things.
Thousands of deaths where? Crime rate is down here in the United States.
It was down before Trump took office anyway.
No, it's continuing to go down.
But I'm talking
Violent
about the deaths
crime
in
rate is
Iran. I'm talking about the
historically
deaths in
down.
Jordan. I'm talking about the deaths in Kuwait. I'm talking about the deaths to our U.S. servicemen and women. I'm talking about the instability in the region, which is going to lead to reprisals and retribution for people that do inevitably try standing up like Donald Trump is telling them to do. But then they're going to get suppressed and unalived on the streets.
And then how about the entirely new generation of terrorists that we've just created?
Oh, we're just going to eliminate those too.
We're just going to, okay, cool. We're just going to eliminate them. Is that going to be before or after the attacks that they inevitably enact upon us?
Before.
Oh, cool. So we'll be able to find them before they're identified as groups and before they attack us. That's amazing. Wow.
What do you think the war's
Cool.
really about?
I can tell you exactly what the war's about. It's about one thing.
Are you going to say distraction from the files?
Nope. Actually, it's not. I mean, that's a real nice happenstance for Trump. I mean, it's very helpful to him. I'm sure that if he were smarter, he would have considered that strategically, but he's not. He's not smart enough to do that. Nope. It's the
bank or religion?
Nope, not the oil.
Bank?
Nope.
Religion?
Nope. It has nothing to do with the United States of America. The only thing that is happening here is that Israel has had a hard-on to get rid of the Ayatollah for as long as an Ayatollah has existed in Iran. And they've tried to get the United States to go along with it for as long as the Ayatollah has existed in Iran. And no American president has ever acquiesced to the Prime Minister of Israel, ever. Because we're not Israel's, we used to not be Israel's lapdog, but now we are, because if you take note of the picture over here to your upper right, that's what's happening right now. The U.S. has zero interest and will get zero out of this. The cost in lives, the cost in money, everything about this is fucked, and we're getting fucked, and it's all because Israel wanted to cut off the head of the Iranian regime. Period.
So it is religion.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
I think we've always been Israel's lapdog. It's just right now
has been about religion.
We're now actively scrubbing the inside of their anus as opposed to being the lapdog that we've always been. But at this point, it's quite literally a checklist of Benjamin Netanyahu's that we're completing for him right now. And he's said as much. You can go back and listen to his own words coming out of his own fucking war criminal mouth. And basically the fact that he stated that because of Donald Trump's ignorance, incompetency, and how fucking stupid he is and how gullible he is, he's now been able to complete what he's been waiting nearly 40 years to enact.
Yeah. And the reason that I say that it's not, because I agree with Brian, but the reason that I say that it's not, religion is because Jewish people inherently don't have a desire to eliminate someone else's religion. This is the Israeli government.
Islam does.
Hold on. This is the Israeli government wanting to eliminate the Iranian government, period, the end. It has nothing to do with anything else.
Yeah, so Islam has historically
This
always
is the
wanted-
Israeli government wanting to get rid of the Iranian government, period, the end. So that's all that this is, and the United States hasn't gone along with it because it is not, in any sense, in our interest, period, the end. Otherwise, we would have done it before. We've had 40-plus years to do it, but we haven't done it. Why do you think we haven't done it before?
Because they've never gotten this powerful before.
That's absolute fucking bullshit.
What does
literally
that even mean?
Oh my god, this fucking kid.
They haven't gotten this powerful. What does that mean?
They just saw the biggest protest they've seen in how long? That doesn't say power to me.
Yeah, since Masa Amini at least. So what is that? 3 years?
3.
I mean, like military wise, but so it's always been about
Military
religion.
wise, they haven't been
Islam.
this powerful.
Islam has always
Oh
historically
yeah,
tried to
I know that
exterminate
you're
every other
fixated on
religion
that. You want to
from
start
the
talking about Islam again.
face of the
Go ahead and
planet.
cite the part of the Quran that deals with purging the world of all other religions.
There's multiple. There's multiple
Oh, cool.
times in the Quran where it
Multiple
states
times? Then
plain
you
as
should be able to
day,
tell me one.
plain as day,
Yeah.
You should be
to
able to tell me one
unalive
then.
every other religion.
So
If
are
you do
you
not
going to tell
accept
me one or
Muhammad as
not?
your prophet,
Are you going to tell
unalive
me
them on
one?
sight.
Hello?
I can bring them back. I don't memorize the
Yeah,
Quran.
do it now.
How many Muslims have come to knock on your door and try to get you to, follow their religion? Because every time I get a knock on the door, it's a fucking Jehovah's Witness or somebody trying to get me into the goddamn church.
And then a lot of people have fought and died for that. I'll be right
Anyways,
back.
anyways, we're waiting for the verse. So yeah, there you go. Good. Does he not remember the Crusades? He may not even know about the Crusades.
Well, speaking of the Crusades,
He didn't know I was from Boston. I think the Crusades is going to go over his head there.
I think the first commandment, low-key kind of insists that shouldn't have any other religions, right? I am the Lord your God. Thou shalt have no gods before me.
Mm-hmm. What? Are you still with us, Republican? Where'd you go?
Yeah, I'm here. And just Jesus saying that don't put any other gods above you doesn't mean
Jesus
go
didn't say that,
unalive
dumbass.
other people for believing in a different God.
Jesus didn't say that, dumbass. You don't even know your own religion? God, that's amazing.
All right, so 929. I'm not going to read them for you because you're just going to say that I read it wrong. So 929, 551, 1096.
Bingo.
Just yelling numbers now.
Waiting.
Is this tonight's Powerball number? Hold on, let me get my ticket.
Right?
That was awesome.
Can you list the Powerball one more time? What was the last one?
He's gone.
Oh shit.
He's gone. He might have timed out. He might have timed out. I think he timed out.
But it's again, I mean, it's a useless argument that they have where they kind of force us into this position where it's like, okay, we're calling it out for being illegal, stupid, reckless, without plan, putting lives at risk, instability to the region that we haven't seen in God knows how long compared to where we were. You know what I mean? And it's like to think that we're literally out there. Like, I don't know how many videos I've had to make where it's like, yes, okay, the Ayatollah was a brutal dictator, no friend of ours, damn him to hell to eternity for all I give a fuck. You know what I mean? But it's like, we also can recognize this on the other hand at the same time. You know what I mean? It's the same thing we had to do with Maduro. It's no different. Maduro, yes, brutalized his people, tortured his own people, disappeared his own people. Like, all these things can be true, but that does not make the actions that the United States undertook justified, smart, you know what I mean? In any way beneficial to the United States. You know, like, two things can be true at the same time.
Exactly. And this is the thing I keep explaining to people. I'm like, I get it. Nobody had wanted the Ayatollah and the clerics in that government. Like, nobody liked this. Nobody liked that theocracy being in place. But there was a reason why we didn't. There was a reason why we didn't. So, Anyways, that's
No,
all.
and the parallels are so fucking like so similar to the whole Maduro thing. Like now is just the Ayatollah's son, same last name. You know what I mean? Just probably more vigor, more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
More hate in his heart than his father had, and it's the same thing all over again. You know what I mean? The same way that they're utilizing the videos of Iranian Americans and Iranian people all over the world that have done, like the dance and be celebrating. Like same thing happened after Maduro was gone, and we all made videos saying, you know what, I'm going to take nothing away from these people that are rightly celebrating being under the thumb of the oppressor for this short period of time, but just be careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
Sometimes the devil that you know is better than the devil that you don't know, and you're getting into the area of the unknown. You know what I mean?
Exactly, 100%. Hey, Brian, Neely, I love you guys. I'm gonna bring you guys back down so that we can. I want to get some more ops. I don't want to keep things too heavy, but I love you guys. Brian, maybe we'll see you back later this week. I'm sure you're gonna swing back by, right? We'll see.
Absolutely,
you
I'll be
later.
here, brother.
All right,
I'll
we'll
be
be
here.
around. All right, good friend. I appreciate you, bro. Can we
Later, guys. Thank you.
Make sure you're following Brian.
Later.
We love Brian. Appreciate you. And Neely, samesies. We appreciate you coming up, friend. Okay. I hope you have a good one. All right, you might be away from. We love you, Neely. Love you, Neely.
Bye, Neely.
Guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. Looks like we've got someone in the box. We're just looking for Trump supporters right now, or you can call in. The number is on the screen. Hop on up. Let's see what's up. Is Rob going to load in? Yeah, get Brian on the tube as well. Blunt Politics.
Your viewers are chock full of Trump supporters.
I mean,
Chock full of them.
Chock full, and yet
Yes.
here we are with no.
Here we are.
This is our friend. It's our friend Jaywood. Our friend Jaywood. Hello, Jay. We had a nice conversation last time. How are you?
We did. I'm not here to make a stink or argue, but I guess it's the lady before me said your audience is chock full of Trump supporters, but with respect, shouldn't it be? Because that's who you're requesting up.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're. I think the point is that we want them to be, but they're not coming to talk to us. Is the point?
That makes sense.
That's
That makes
yeah.
sense. That makes sense. I get you. That makes sense.
Yeah,
I hear it.
But we'd like for them to come and talk to us, because that would be good. Because then
they need to step up, or they're just being spineless. So
yeah. I mean, our friend Jay Wood said it, not me. So there you go. That's neither here nor there. So.
No, hey, look, I just want to say, hey, hope y'all is doing good, and I'll hop off, let somebody else come up, you know what I mean, so you can get some ops, man. So have a good night.
All right. Thank you, Jaywood. I hope you have a good evening. Take care.
All right, you too, man.
Bye.
Hey, Matt, did you know that oil is at like $108 a barrel?
Is it up to? Because I saw that it was above 100 and it spiked to 110. Then I thought it came back down. So, but it's up to 108 now.
Yep. So it's at 108. So the crude oil futures rose more than 25% to nearly 115 per barrel. This is for NBC News. And then Brent, which is the international benchmark, they say, jumped more than 20% to 110 per barrel. Jesus.
Jesus.
National average is 345.
Yikes. Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Nope.
Oh, well, we are just looking for Trump supporters right now, friend, but we do appreciate you. Hope you have a good evening, okay?
I was just trying to see what y'all was talking about. That's all.
What's that?
I was just trying to see what y'all was talking about.
We're talking politics, but we are just looking to speak with Trump supporters about what they're believing in right now. So, but we appreciate you. Okay, thanks so much. Real quick, I'd like to say thanks to Waffle Maker. for the gifts of the jewels over on the tube. Appreciate you guys. Guys, if you are over on the tube, we've got 150-ish viewers, 140-ish viewers. Call in at the number that is on your screen. It is pinned in the comments or above my head. And we're looking to talk to Trump supporters right now. So if you voted for Donald Trump, let's talk. Hi, thanks for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay. How old are you and what state did you vote in? How old are you and what state did you vote in?
I voted in South Dakota and I'm 45 years old.
Okay. The only problem is your phone is breaking up, sir. Can you get to a better area?
How's this?
That's a bit better. Thank you. Could you repeat where you are and how old you are, please?
South Dakota and I'm 45 years old.
South Dakota and 45. Okay, thank you, sir. What would you like to talk with us? We like to kind of stick with current events, and I have a couple of topics above my head, or you can talk about anything else that Donald Trump
All
is
three
doing
of the topics
right now.
above your head. How is MAGA not Christian?
Sure, we can start there. The way that we're talking about it is MAGA isn't Christian because the policies that the Trump administration and Republicans in general enact, they're not in line with the teachings of Jesus Christ.
Like what?
They don't enact any policies that are Christian. Maybe if you think that they are doing Christian things, you could give us some examples of legislation that they're passing that are.
No, I'm just
Christian.
curious. You're the one who made the statement that they're not being Christian.
Yeah,
It's not Christian to me.
I mean, you're wanting me to prove a negative, sir?
No, I want you to define Christian.
Your phone is breaking up again. I think you're in a bad.
They are.
Sir, your phone is breaking up again. We can't hear you.
All right.
You seem to be in a bad spot. Are you sure you can't move to a better spot?
Yeah, I can. Hold on.
Feel like I'm in the fucking water boy.
Yep. Are you there, sir?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Your service is just. I think you just need to be in a better spot, sir. You're still breaking up.
I'm standing outside, so I don't know.
Okay. Sir, I'm sorry if you're listening again. You need to get to a better spot. Get some more bars. That was we just couldn't. I'm happy to speak with you. Feel free to please call back, but that was unbearable. I'm sorry. Could not understand you there. So. Need to do the cellular that connects the cellular data that connects to Wi-Fi. You know, that does the bridge. That's what you need, really.
So, I was curious, and so I started looking up some stuff about the Quran and violent verses. So I think I may have found the one that he was talking about. And so this is one of them. And he that blasphemeth the name of the Lord, he shall surely be put to death, and all the congregation shall certainly stone him, as well the stranger, as he that is born in the land, when he blasphemeth the name of the Lord, shall be put to death. Oh, that was Leviticus. My bad.
Oh,
my bad.
Oh.
My bad.
Oh,
not the
dude.
Quran. That was Leviticus.
You
Nemo.
really had me going there.
Nemo.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've got the Dow futures over here. They were down as much as 1,000, Erica, but right now they're only down 450. That was where they're at. The S&P also down nearly as much as 1.5. Actually, I'm sorry. They were down as much as 2 2.75. Now they're only down 1.75. So little bounce back there. And the Nasdaq was down 2.75 also, and still Nasdaq futures down 2.75. fuck, that's not good. So, and then like you're talking about, Brent crude right now, if I'm looking at it correctly, it is at 116.67 a barrel, friend. Right now.
So,
Fuck.
116. Now, that's basically 120. We're going to round up slightly, right? Remember, everyone, it is March. I know that I'm still mentally in February. It is March, okay? Rewind 1 month. February 9th.
Here you go, Nemo.
Now,
I got you.
I don't know what the price was on February 9th.
No. I got you. I got you right here, bud. I got you.
Sweet.
What
is it?
Are you ready? The close on February 9th was 69, dude.
69. So let's just round it to 70. That's a little bit shy of doubling, right? So yeah, it's it's wild.
Well, Nemo, I mean, if you take, the close on February 2nd was $66. $66. So if you go from that, doubling that would put us
at 132.
132. I know, which is fucking wild. Really, guys, like if you really want to put a fucking fine point on it, on January 7th. On December 16th, oil closed at, we'll round up, $59 a barrel on December 16th. So less than 3 months ago, oil was $60 a barrel. It is now double. And do you guys see like, also this right here, that where my cursor is, that's February 26th.
Dude, did you read that Besnet, whatever his name is, the Treasury Secretary,
Bessent.
he said Besant, he said on the Fox News, the business side today, that that they're considering lifting sanctions off of Russian oil because Trump doesn't want to touch our strategic reserves.
Yep.
So, bruh.
Dark Truth, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Hello.
Ew.
Dark Truth, hello.
I really gotta learn how to mute.
Okay, never mind. Well, Erica, didn't you hear about Putin's remarks regarding Europe and their energy dependence?
What did he say?
Oh, he had some lovely choice words about how maybe Europe may need to reconsider now with what's happening in the Mideast, that they're probably going to have to reconsider because they're not going to be able to move forward with their plans. I can find you the exact quote, actually.
Is this about him halting? I have a video right here. But about him halting gas supplies to Europe amid the energy strike, pretty much like a few days ago, he said this.
Yep.
Oh, wowzers.
Yep.
Oh, ooh. I'm reading about it from Reuters. This is wicked.
Yep.
But if we take sanctions off of Russia, then that just means that Russia will be able to make some money.
Some serious money,
Yep.
right?
Mhm.
Like you have to consider price per barrel right now.
Jesus Christ.
Like let's say it's $100 a barrel, right? Okay, what that means is that Russia gets to sell at $100 a barrel, and oil is one of the primary exports of Russia.
Mm-hmm.
If anyone wants to read the full article on Reuters, Russia.
But the nukes. Oh, sorry.
I know, right? But the nukes. Russia may halt gas supplies to Europe amid Iran energy spike, Putin says. Russia could halt gas supplies to Europe right now amid a spike in energy prices triggered by the Iran crisis. President Vladimir Putin warned on Wednesday, linking the possible decision to the European Union wanting to ban purchases of Russian gas and liquefied natural gas. Oil and gas prices have soared following the U.S. And by the way, this was Wednesday. Oil and gas prices have soared following the U.S. and Israeli attack on Iran and Tehran's strikes on Gulf Arab neighbors. The conflict has paralyzed shipping through the Strait of Hormuz and forced the shutdown of Qatar's LNG production and Saudi Arabia's largest oil refinery. Putin said oil prices were rising due to the, quote, aggression against Iran and due to Western restrictions on Russian oil, while European gas prices were rising because customers were willing to buy gas volumes at higher prices due to events in the Middle East and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Asked by a Russian state television's top Kremlin correspondent, Pavel Zarubin, about European plans to impose a total ban on Russian pipeline gas imports by late 2027 and to ban new short-term Russian LNG contracts from late April 2026, Putin said it might be more beneficial for Russia to stop selling the gas right now. Now other markets are opening up, and perhaps it would be more profitable for us to stop supplying the European market right now, to move into those markets that are opening up and establish ourselves there. This is not a decision. It is, in this case, what is called thinking out loud. I will definitely instruct the government to work on this issue together with our companies, Putin said, linking the possible decision directly to Europe's, quote, misguided policies. So, yeah, if you guys want to read that one, that's Russia may halt gas supplies to Europe amid Iran energy spike. So, cool, though. I mean, nothing but good news for Russia.
They said that even outside of this, because there's a paragraph in there. Where is it at? Hold on one moment. 2027. Yeah, they said, asked by a Russian state television's top Kremlin correspondent, Pavel Zarubin, said about European plans to, I don't like the way that sentence is written, plans to impose a total ban on Russian pipeline gas imports by late 2017 and to ban new short-term Russian LNG contracts from late April 2026. Putin said it might be more beneficial for Russia to stop selling the gas right now. So let me see here. Yeah. So basically, it looks like this was maybe something that they were already planning. This may have escalated it.
Well,
Did I read that right?
Well,
Mhm.
Nemo, didn't they wanted to phase them out, right? They were already working on phasing out or doing their best to phase out Russian exports. Wasn't that their whole plan?
Yeah. Germany's especially Germany in particular was heavily dependent on Russian natural gas, and there's two big reasons for that. But we, under Biden, once Russia pressed into Ukraine, we came in and said, "Hey Germany, hey guys, hey, we will sell you LNG." And that was the idea. And that's a way of still starving Russia and supporting our allies, right? Now, there's a lot of issues with us selling LNG, but whatever. There was an attempt to phase them out. And that's, yeah. Now, in the case of Germany, the other reason that they are so heavily dependent on Russian natural gas is because one of the political parties in Germany back in the late 90s, early 2000s, the Green Party, not related to the Green Party here as far as I'm aware. So the Greens in Germany, under the guise of, I don't know, saving the environment or some shit, managed to broker a deal that Germany would commit to to shutting down all of their nuclear power plants by 2022, somewhere around there. And Germany, not that long ago, closed down their last nuclear plant. They had nuclear power plants not that long ago, and nuclear power is really good for like as a baseline power. So they got rid of those, and now Germany is way more dependent on natural gas to run things. And that was just a blunder. This is one of the reasons that I am so pro-nuclear. Like if you had asked me 15 years ago, well, 10 years ago, if you'd asked me if I was pro-nuclear, I would have said hell no. And the more that I've learned about nuclear, the more I have become such a massive proponent of nuclear power. And yeah, I mean, France has it right. France is the model. They are the model of that. Because France said, okay, look, we are going to standardize nuclear power plants. We're going with this type of plant done this particular way, and we're going to regulate the fuck out of it, and we're just going to build this exact kind of plant over and over and over and over. Yep. And they did. And France has so much electricity that they literally export it to the UK, to Germany. There's no coincidence that there are nuclear power plants very close to the German border between Germany and France. But yeah, it's a separate thing.
I'm sorry. So if Russia isn't supplying them, because they only supply them with like 6% because of the sanctions and everything, they basically stopped using them. Where else is it that they're getting it off? Oh, never mind. I read it. It was the US and India and another place. Never mind. So yeah, well, they'll still get oil even if Russia cuts them off. I mean, Russia is only providing them with 6% as of last year. It's not a huge amount. I know prior to the war, it said that it was about at 40%, but okay. All right, they'll still have it. I just don't think that we should lift the sanctions on Russian oil because then that's going to be benefiting the state, and I don't like that too much. Right?
Yeah, I agree.
It's just, do we really want Putin to have that type of kind of like control over the U.S.? Because why doesn't he want to touch our strategic reserves? Do we know?
Actually, I don't think that I don't know if we've replenished them. Hold on.
Okay.
I mean, you say, do we want it or does he want it? I mean, those are two entirely separate things, Erica.
Well, yes, Matthew. Yes. Yes. So no, we don't want it, but Trump, of course, he wants his bestie to have whatever it is he wants, and yeah, he has a reason.
He absolutely he might. The one thing I would say about Europe though and Putin is I think that you're right that it's a small percentage. I just think that the idea of pulling that now strategically when they're already in the pinch with the prices and with everything that's going on in Iran is to just it just would really just fuck them over doubly. So I think I really think that it would I think it would put that much more of a strain on them. So yeah, I mean it's a small percentage, but would it financially impact them a lot right now? I mean, I think it would. I think it would raise prices in a serious way for them. I don't know if they could just make that up easily and quickly. So I don't know. I'd be curious. I wonder if Nemo, do you think that Mr. Global must have done a video on this? He probably did, right? We'll have to check. I'm gonna check. Oh, what did you send? You sent me something. What did you got?
Yeah, that's the SPR.
All right, let's see.
Yeah, short version, we have not replenished the SPR.
40-year low.
Yeah. Hot damn.
Oh, here we go again.
Shit.
I don't have anyone for that one. I don't have a song for that one.
Yeah. I mean, I know like the geopolitical argument or the geopolitical flowchart that Marco Rubio and the neocons were doing with this, which is first you seize Venezuela and you seize their oil. Okay, that is now under American control, more or less. So that's number one. Then you take Iranian oil. That's number two. Now, Venezuelan oil, controlling that has a dual benefit. Number one, they are the primary supplier to China. Number two, they are basically the only supplier to Cuba.
Well, it is happening.
And so there's that logic. Iran is the other big supplier to China. So again, this is an attempt to starve China. The problem is that China doesn't give a fuck. Like, would they prefer to get it on a discount from Venezuela and Iran? Sure. Do they care? Not really. Because guess who they're going to get it from if they can't get it from those two sources? They're going to get it from Russia. So, I mean, all that this does is ensure that Russia gets more money. This doesn't help at all. It doesn't starve China because China is rich. They're going to get it one way or another. And they're just going to buy it from Russia. Whoop-de-diddle-do. Okay. So now you've ensured that Russia has more money to fund the war machine in Ukraine, and that, China just has to buy it from one of their allies? Okay.
And I want to know which one of these countries is going to go over. I want to know how Trump is going to go over there and stop Russia. Please tell us. Because he ain't.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, guys. It's not going to happen.
Not at all.
Nope.
He won't do that.
Of course not.
This is fun.
Yeah. Once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, you can give us a call. We have a phone number up there. Oh, that was nice, Mike. Oh, that was cute. We have a phone number posted. We have 184 people over on the tube right now. You can see the number. It is posted, pinned at the top of the chat. So give us a ring. Give us a ring at that number, and you can talk to all of us right now. Also, if you're over here on TikToks, you can just hop in the box. If you voted for Donald Trump, we've got 700 people in here right now. Little Sunday night special. Don't know how long we are going to be, but I don't know. We're here. We're here for a little bit of extra time on a Sunday night. So, yeah, keep doing all the good things, like our friend Erica says. Please help out with not just my gift gallery down there, but help out our friends Nemo and Erica while Erica is here as well. We all have links in our bios if you'd like to offer additional support. It would be really great if you can do that. If you're enjoying the stream, if you're enjoying some extra time that we're spending, guys, if we can get those likes up, that would be great. Considering the number of folks that we've got in here and how long we've been on, I'm sure we can do a little bit better there. And lastly, make sure that you're following both myself and Nemo and Erica and all of our backup accounts here on the TikToks over on the tube. Subscribe to me. Subscribe to Nemo. His link is right down here. And subscribe to our friend. It's Erica Shante, Shante. You can find her if you don't already follow her, which I bet maybe you do. But if you don't, that's how you do it. Erica with a C and Shante, Shante. There you go. So now we just need some Trump supporters to call in and talk to us. Come talk to us.
Also, you had mentioned Bessent earlier. Did you see him try to try to rationalize that jobs report?
No, please, no.
Oh my dear God.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh,
Give me
yes.
give me just a second. This is wild.
Please, please, please.
I can't wait. By the way, guys, this is the jobs report that we got after they fired the person that they thought was giving them the bad jobs reports. Remember that. Remember that. Okay? Maybe.
Let me see if I can find it. Which one was I watching?
Fine.
Damn, I should have queued this up. My bad.
That's okay.
'Cause now I'm just hunting it. My bad.
Nuclear energy does create nuclear waste, but on a small enough scale where it at the very least the benefits outweigh the cost, and we know how to manage it. I still think that for now, it is the cleanest form of energy that we've got. I understand that maybe long term it's not super viable. I don't know if we can do it for hundreds and hundreds of years, but I think that for now,
Did I turn my camera off?
you know,
Did I turn my camera off?
You did.
I pressed the wrong button.
What are you doing over there?
I don't know what's happening over here. I wanted to tell you guys about their new argument. All right, they had two new arguments that they have. One, I was lurking in a MAGA panel, not in a panel, but in a MAGA live, and the lie that they're telling now is not a lie. It's not a lie, but they don't have anything to substantiate it. It's all speculation. Is that tell me if I say it wrong? Is Iran used nuclear materials in missiles that struck the Al Assad base in 2020, in January of 2020. Yeah, that's what they're saying, that they use nuclear materials, not actual nuclear weapons, but materials. And it's basically a report. I found it yesterday, what the guy was talking about, but it's all literally just like speculation. They can't confirm it. And then the other one that the new talking point is that we're using the Helios system and that it's effective. The thing is, they only just started using Helios, and Helios is the laser system to stop the drones, right? So basically, it can stop like a swarm of drones, but it needs a long dwell time because it's a laser, and it can only work from a naval vessel. And it needs to have clear skies. So if it's not, clear skies, it really doesn't work that well based off of the testing for it. And so, yeah, it's a bunch of stuff with it. And it also, it has a long dwell time. And I have to keep looking into like what that time is. But the dwell time is basically how long the laser has to be pointed to the object, all right, in order to destroy it. So that's what
I see.
Yeah, it's gonna be. It sounds fun. Thwarted by clouds. Yes, Neely. Damn clouds. And I would have got away with it if it wasn't for you pesky clouds.
Okay, I found it. Here we go.
Yay.
Yes.
Is this a video, Nemo, or are we reading?
Yeah, it's a video.
Oh, fudge.
Hold on.
I was gonna say, Matt, do your Trump impression.
So
Okay.
there you go. It should start at the part.
Okay. Coming up here. Hold, please.
Administration. Kevin Hassan, who's down.
All right. Hold. Put it up on the screen for everybody. Incoming.
I mixed up Basent with that dude, Kevin Hassan.
Oh,
that's
Hassan.
his name.
Donald Trump's top economic advisor. Well, he has the unenviable task of trying to spin this shit this morning. So let's play some clips of him.
Are there enough asterisks in Jim's words to make this number make more sense? Well, I think, Jim's right that there have been so many strong indicators this month that it's something of a surprise. But there's some weather, there are strikes on the West Coast, and
He's blaming the bad numbers on the weather. That's where we are. But let him keep shoveling.
I think that we also have this birth-death model, the change in the procedure at the BLS. And so I think what we need to start doing with these jobs numbers, at least on the payroll side, is take the average over a few months. And if you take the average over a few months, we had a surprisingly positive one last month and a surprisingly negative one this one. But on average, it's about what we expect to be seeing, because immigration has gone down by so much that break-even employment is probably in the sort of 30 or 40,000 jobs a month range. And so, yeah, I think it's consistent with everything else we're seeing, which is
the last 13 months of the Biden administration, there was more than 1 million jobs created. On Donald Trump's watch, about 100,000 jobs created.
You skip forward
10x.
a couple seconds. It'll go back to him.
Growth this year, which is about what I expect that we're going to see, then there'll be so much activity that everybody's going to be able to find a job that wants one.
So again, this guy's smiling. Sure, we were surprised in January. We've been surprised now. We're just being surprised all the time about the bad news. But you know what? We expect 4% growth. That we won't be surprised by. Sure, Q4 GDP was atrocious, but you know what? I believe that we'll get 4% GDP growth this year, and believing it to be the case it's basically like it's happening right now. And sure, if it happens, and if you're able to get a job, if that's basically like having a job and having that sort of security right now, right? It's kind of like if you win the lottery, it's like knowing that you might win the lottery and believing that you will. It's basically its own lottery check, right? You basically won the lottery already in here. The real lottery are the friends, to paraphrase. So that was Kevin Hassett doing a terrible job. Then, this will be a beautiful segue into our video eventually about Fox News. Let's turn to Fox News, because Fox Business host Stuart Varney grilled Labor Secretary, another cabinet official, Lori Chavez de Remmer, about the dire straits of the economy. And he puts it pretty bluntly.
Madam Secretary, 92,000 jobs out in February. Fewer jobs in healthcare, fewer jobs for information services because of AI. The weather hurt things, government employment down. If you add it all up, it doesn't look good for the Trump economy.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you. I think we have to address the fact that this is not a good report in its raw numbers, but we have to also talk about why this possibly has happened, this snapshot in time. It was mentioned, the weather. We saw healthcare numbers go down.
The weather. Damn.
Bro, are they for real? Is this
that's legit? Like, their talking point is the weather.
The weather?
Now, I don't know what they're talking about. Like,
What about
was
the
there
weather,
some
Nemo?
insane weather thing that happened?
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Like, what about the weather? What happened?
I'm confused because
I mean, I know that there were a few days, what was it, last month? There were a few days when it snowed pretty hard. But
how would
we're not
that
talking
affect
about
jobs?
blizzard conditions, right?
But
no.
But that was wait, but what this is the
What?
There's no way. How would they you wouldn't lose 92,000 jobs because of a fucking snowstorm. It's insane.
What?
Like, I mean, I feel like the weather thing, that is some cope. That is desperately looking for something to explain losing 92,000. Not just losing 92,000, not gaining any, losing 92,000.
But how? Okay, so the weather, but they didn't say. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry. ADHD is acting up. To complete my thought from earlier, right? The reason why I said that the laser thing, like the Helios system, is their new talking point, like something that you're gonna hear this a lot, I promise, right? Is because of all the reports about the munitions coming out, like that we're low on our stockpiles. We have Democratic senators and House reps talking about it, and also analysts and whatnot. And then we promised countries like Saudi Arabia, also the UAE. We have promised different countries in the Middle East, along with some countries in Europe, some weapons, right? And like they've already purchased them. And so like when they're not available, that may become a problem for the United States of America. So we'll have to see what happens there.
Yep.
But yeah, Lockheed did say that they are ramping up production. They didn't give a timetable. Which I believe is normal. I was told by Octane that the information is classified, and I did look into it. It is in fact classified. But finding out how long it typically takes to make like the weapons that we use is not hard. So I'm gonna Google. I'm gonna start typing like Jim Carrey and Liar Liar.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean,
Nemo knows.
There's been like long-standing concerns about the US and our stockpiles of missiles specifically, especially in the Pacific. So there were concerns with our stockpiles when we were sending stuff to Ukraine, which, I mean, okay, in those conversations, it was, we have like a certain number that we like to keep it at, and we're getting close to that number. The number is not zero. The number is like, would we be able to handle an invasion of aliens, or whatever. So we're getting close to that number, and that was the concern. Should we aim to be above that number? Sure, but that was the conversation. Now the conversation is, we couldn't really affect or like prosecute a war in the Pacific if it were to pop off, because of the amount of missiles that we have that we have sent to Israel and to all of the different countries throughout the Middle East. The amount of missiles that we've used to intercept all the stuff that Iran's fired off. Because, to be clear, for anyone that isn't aware, Iran was sending a shit ton of ordnance to a specific part in UAE, and that's where CENTCOM is. US
CENTCOM is in there. Yeah.
So CENTCOM is Central Command. Now, the name is kind of confusing. That doesn't mean like the main command place for everything. CENTCOM is just like everything for the Middle East. Our spot there was being hammered by missiles. And of course, it was being intercepted and stuff. But now all that's gone. That had to intercept ballistic missiles. That had to intercept drones. And now all those missiles are gone. And can we backfill them? Can we sustain that backfill in addition to all the other bullshit that we are doing all over Central America or South and Central America? Can we sustain that? Like it. We spend a shit ton on our military, and we have a massive military, but also we can only do so much all at once.
Exactly. So I looked at the precision strike missiles or missiles, as one of the greatest presidents ever would say. If you know, you know. And I also looked at Tomahawks. I'm going to look at the other, let me see, 1, 2, 3 that they're mostly using: the Patriots, the JSSM, and also the Lucas one-way attack drones. I'm going to look those up too. But so far for the precision strike missiles and the Tomahawks cruise missiles, 18 to 24 months to produce one of those.
Mm-hmm. So to this point, there's an article I read on Friday a quote from an Israeli journalist. Nemo, I sent this to you. I don't know if you read it, but I sent this to you, and it is from there's a Israeli journalist called Alon Mizrahi, and I'll send it to you too. I'll send it to you too, Erica. Actually, I think
Say it with more enthusiasm.
I'll send it to you too.
Oh, I tried.
Oh, I thought you were telling him to say his name with more.
No, just
More.
no. Say. I'll send it to you, Erica. With more. Oh my God! No, not that.
Oh wait, he's Israeli. Oh, you got to do more of that.
But
God.
he's sane and seems to have a handle on reality. So we will give him. I would very much like to give him some respect. So
fair enough.
I just sent you because I realized the original link I sent you is broken now. Apparently, it was working, but it's broken. So I've just sent it to both of you. So this is dated March 6, 2026. Now listen, I want to preface what I'm about to say as this is not fact. This is an opinion from a Jewish Israeli journalist. Okay. That's what I'm reading to you. This is not fact. This is an opinion from an Israeli Jewish journalist and commentator. Okay? That being said, I'd like to read this to you. Alon Mizrahi, an Israeli journalist, one of the most outspoken Jewish commentators, said, "This is a war the West cannot win." Israeli journalist warns of strategic collapse in Iran conflict. "We are witnessing history. Iran, to everyone's surprise, is destroying American bases so thoroughly on such a large scale and so decisively that the world is not prepared for it. In just 4 days, Iran has managed to expand its sphere of military dominance in the region. Iranian strikes have targeted some of the most valuable and expensive military bases, assets, and equipment in the world. The American bases in Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and Saudi Arabia are among the largest military facilities anywhere on the planet. These installations have cost trillions of dollars to build over several decades, and we are effectively witnessing the destruction of military spending accumulated over more than 30 years. We are seeing radar systems worth hundreds of millions of dollars each destroyed in an instant. Entire military bases appear to be abandoned, damaged, looted, or burning. As far as I know, the United States has never suffered such destruction on this scale in its history. Perhaps only Pearl Harbor comes close, and that was a single attack. No enemy in a conventional war has ever inflicted such damage on American military forces as Iran is doing now. It is difficult to believe the military situation appears so serious that censorship is limiting almost all new information about the war. If you've noticed, we're receiving less and less information each day. 35 years ago, during the first Gulf War, we were shown endless footage from Iraq. At the time, smart bombs and onboard cameras were a novelty, yet every night we saw video of nighttime strikes. Today we see almost no footage at all, and as somebody who was alive during that, I was my daughter's age, I can tell you I remember that. That was fucking wild. Like, we were literally watching airstrikes in real time on the news. I can absolutely confirm that. Consider this. Supposedly, the world's most powerful military with the largest air capability on the planet is now on the 4th day of an offensive against Iran. And this was, again, on the 6th. Yet we see no clear evidence of American dominance in Iranian airspace. Where are the recordings of aircraft flying over Tehran or any other Iranian city? American soldiers cannot even contemplate setting foot on Iranian soil, and to understand how desperate the situation is, by the 4th day, we're already hearing extraordinary proposals from the Trump administration, such as sending military escorts for oil tankers leaving the Persian Gulf. What exactly does that mean? You want to send American ships into an area covered by thousands of Iranian missiles? At this point, no one can safely pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has been preparing for this scenario for decades. There are even discussions about arming Kurdish militias to invade Iran. But have you seen a map of Iran? It seems the Trump administration has not. Do you understand how vast the country is? What does it mean to invade Iran? Do you think a militia of 10,000 people could invade Iran? Or 50,000? Or 100,000? Iran would swallow them. The United States and Israel have already lost this war. They may have the capability to inflict enormous destruction on civilian infrastructure using powerful bombs to demolish buildings, but that will not win the war. Iran's military infrastructure and weaponry are buried deep underground across the country. Neither the Americans nor especially the Israelis have a realistic chance of reaching most of it. They've started something they have no chance of finishing. When this conflict ends, the United States will never return to West Asia. There will be no American presence left in the Middle East. I'm telling you this with certainty. Now, again, that is one person. That's an opinion. I am not saying that those things are fact, okay? I am not saying those things are fact. I am not reporting this to you as this is exactly what is happening. This person could be exaggerating about what's happening. This could easily not be what exactly is going on. Okay, I really want to point that out. This is on. I found this on a different site, but I found a copy of it on Defend Democracy Press. That's just where I found it. It was from a Twitter post. It was from. I did verify that it was from this actual journalist. That's who it came from. That's all I can say. So, again, take it with a grain of salt. I think that the truth might be somewhere in between what we're seeing on the news and what this person is saying. That's personally my thought. It might not be quite as dire as they're saying, but I also think that it's not going exceptionally well in terms of like what our long-term prospects are. I truly believe that.
Yeah. I mean, you would think that we would have learned something after Afghanistan, because Afghanistan is kind of similar terrain. Iran is way worse as far as the mountains, but like Afghanistan is a very mountainous country. Iran is way more. You would think that we would have learned something after that. But I mean, shit, here we are.
So
I have to look into this, Matthew. Actually, I believe it, but my inside people.
I'm not telling it. I'm not saying that I'm not. This is what. That's why I wanted to disclaimer this whole thing. This is an opinion. Again, this is an opinion piece.
Oh no,
It's a
not what you're
religion-
talking about, Matt.
Sorry. Yeah.
Oh no, I'm talking what I was just told. So
yeah.
okay, so in regards to the U.S., like the missiles that we're using, all right, the issue is actually a bit more complex, and I'll make it quick because we have a new class of ships and planes that we're using, and so it's going to render like 2,000 missiles obsolete.
Time to shine. Hi, did you vote for Donald Trump? I'll invite you to mute.
We're gonna lose.
Time to shine. Hi, I invited you to unmute. Did you vote for? Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to drive. Boom, 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 boom.
There's also speculation that we are hiding the actual number of American troop deaths. I was reading, it looks like there's been a 7th confirmed.
Seventh is confirmed for sure, yes.
Yeah. But there's speculation that we're hiding it.
Wait, I thought we had 9 people unalived.
7 so far is
Oh.
what I've seen confirmed officially.
Yeah.
Chris, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump? Chris? Okay, guess not. But Nemo, I've also seen that there might be that I've seen that too. I've really never considered anything like this type of stuff. I've like an article like that, or like considering that they're like really, really lying to us about casualties. But at this point in time, I'm like, yeah, probably. If there was ever a time to lie about casualties, lie about damage to our bases, and some of that stuff in that article makes perfect sense. At the very least, saying things like, hey, like super complex radar systems that cost hundreds of millions of dollars are wiped out in an instant because Iranian missiles hit them. And like, yeah, fuck.
Yeah.
You know, trillions of dollars worth of equipment that we've spent 30 years setting up and building, and like, yeah, fuck. And you might go, well, you'd be like, well, look at Vietnam. I mean, we took all those losses and the equipment and this and that. It's like, yeah, sure. But like, consider the amount of time and money that we have spent putting resources into the Middle East. It is fucking insane the amount of money that we have spent in the Middle East on bases, on equipment. Like, fuck, guys. Like, I don't know if that's a number that we can find. Like, now I'm kind of curious if it's a number that we can actually like fucking find. Now I'm gonna go track that number down because I want to know. But that number is probably bordering into the trillion. Trillion mark. I'm like fucking for sure of it.
Yeah, I mean, like, Saudi Arabia, like, you have to, I mean, if you just want to, it depends on how you want to count, but if you want to start the clock in the 70s, because that's when we, I guess, started building a relationship with them. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Dude, I just Googled 40 years, 2001 to 2021. Are you ready? You ready just for the basic number from Brown University, their estimate?
Bring it on.
You got a guess?
So 2001 to today. So
to
last
2021
25 years
to 2021. 2001 to 2021.
Okay, so 20 years in all of the Middle East or just Saudi Arabia?
All of the Middle East.
Okay. I'll say $1 trillion.
Erica?
$40
20.
20 years?
2001 to 2021.
To 2021. Now, I'm not going to cheat. I already know the answer. Go ahead. The reason why I know the answer because I was Googling it too. Why you said it, so I'm not going to cheat.
All right. So, Nemo, the total amount, if you include the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, is around $8 trillion. If you don't include the wars and you just focus on straight up defense spending, it's still around $4.2 trillion.
Whew.
Jesus Christ.
But that's up to fiscal year 2022. Do you see how much they spent like since October 7th?
No. How much have they spent since October 7th?
The estimate.
Oh,
yep, is in
yeah,
there.
I see it now. Just in the 2 years, they've spent 21.7 billion only on military aid to Israel. Just on that. Holy cow. Oh my God, this is God, I don't want to God, this is fucking terrible. I don't want to read this. God damn it, Erica. Ugh.
It's a lot of money.
Fucking, but also like, and also like there's like not just the constant like money, but it's also like the constant and people and unalivings and people forced to leave their homes and children and God damn it, fucking fuck.
So
which one are you reading?
I'm reading Brown University's Cost of War.
I was trying to find the
first
thing.
one.
There was somebody. I saw something on I think it was Twitter. There was like a running clock on the amount being spent per second. I can't find that, but I did find something close to that, which so CSIS, right? So that's the Center for Strategic and International Studies.
Yep.
So, a legit thing, okay? Now, this is from March 5th, so 4 days ago. $3.7 billion in the first 100 hours.
Jesus.
So that's $891 million every day.
They think money grows on trees? What the hell? Who is paying for this? Where does money come from?
It isn't like I was reading about those each of the isn't it like some of those boom booms are like each one is like $3 million. It's like it's insane. Like the numbers are bonkers. They're bonkers. But but you can't have healthcare and we can't have decent infrastructure and we can't have high-speed trains that run all across the country and safe roads, and we can't have free college for everybody, and can't have any of that shit. Nope.
Got money for wars but can't feed the poor.
So I did a quick search. The cost of a single Patriot missile, so that's just one, is $3.7 million. So, and that's one. Now, Patriot missiles, just to refresh everyone, those are the interceptors. Those are the ones that like Israel uses for the Iron Dome, and they're used specifically to intercept other missiles and blow them up. That is the purpose of a Patriot missile. And they're very, very good at that.
Is that the THAAD, the THAAD missiles?
I think THAADs are different. Hold on. Yeah, THAADs are different. Yes, they are.
Okay.
So, 3.7 million a pop. Now, these have been used to intercept missiles, but also drones. Now, an Iranian Shahed drone, which these are like the kamikaze drones, is like, I think 200 grand, I think is the number I saw.
That's it? God, that seems
I can't remember
cheap.
if it's 20 or if it's 200. Hold on.
What are you looking for?
The Iranian Shahed drone.
Matt's gonna find it.
Real quick. Be real. Hi, I've invited you to mute. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Be real. Hello, are you there? Are you real? Are you really real? Are you not? Okay, bye.
Looks like the upper end cost for a Shahed drone is $50K.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow. God,
Yeah.
that's cheap.
20 to 50K each.
Oh, it's pennies, chump change.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is why, when it comes to discussions of, potential war with China, the thing that, like, the pro-American side has had the advantage of saying, yeah, but, our stuff is super advanced, blah, 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 which is true. And it is still more advanced than China's military, still. China's been closing the gap, but it is still substantially more advanced. That is true. But the pro-China side has argued that, okay, you can have your advanced shit, but China's cranking out like 100 of these not as advanced things, and you've got 3 of those advanced things. And they'll point to The Art of War. One of the parts in it is that quantity is a quality all its own.
Is it the weather that's affecting people calling in and not requesting up? What's happening? Must be the weather.
It's the weather. It's much like the jobs report, guys. It is the weather.
It's the weather.
Because I can tell you, we've had over 200 people over on the tube, but we have 160 something over there now. So, guys, we do appreciate you guys being here. But if you voted for Donald Trump, we do invite you to call in. Got over 700 people here. Request on up. We appreciate it. Come on down. Come on in.
Is it 2 o'clock in the morning for you?
It is, yes.
Holy smokes.
I mean,
It's 11 here.
I'm
3 hours behind you now.
Oh, that's right, because we did the daylight savings time thing today.
Yeah. And we don't change in Arizona unless you're in the Navajo Nation, I should say.
Oh, really? They do, but you don't?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Interesting.
They're in northern Arizona, up near Flagstaff. It is. It's time changes trash. Anywho.
I mean, I don't know. I guess nobody wants to talk to us anymore.
God damn it.
Guess what? I just want to let you know something. I've been thinking about this.
Okay.
All right. As soon as I leave, you're going to either get a call or you're going to get someone to request up. And you know what I'm going to conclude?
I mean, probably the same thing that I'm going to conclude. What are you going to conclude?
You go first. You first.
I don't know. I was going to say that they're afraid to talk to you.
Hell yeah. Right? So I win. I'm the champion. Cue the music. Boom. All right. Quick mod announcement, and then I'm going to drop.
All right. Fine. Okay. Fine.
All right, guys, there's 726 people in here over on the Tiki Talks. Let's make sure we're doing all of the good things. I know that it's late, but you're still up because that chat is still moving. So let's make sure we are tapping that screen. So tap, tap, tap the screen. Also, Matt has 7 more of the cozy hats left. All right, so every time you send him a little hat, he's going to say cozy. And make sure you are taking care of Nemo too. All right, he is here doing the heavy lifting along with Matt. So make sure y'all show them love. Okay, and continue to share and see, there you go. Continue to share and repost the live and just do all of the good things. Links are in the bio. They have all of those apps. So yeah, take care of them, do the good stuff. And also thank you so very much, Mike, for the $20 over on the PayPal. I appreciate you, friend. All right, drop some hearts in the chat for Mike. And with that being said, I swear, if you get a call, I want you to. So either way it works out, right? It means that they were afraid of me, all right? Because they knew I was going to put belt to ass.
Or they're doing it to fuck with you. Cozy.
That part too, also. Oh, is this a friendly in your request right now, Matt?
No idea. I don't know who this is, so we'll see. I have a feeling this probably maybe this is a friendly. Hi, billionaires. Are you? Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I was just curious if y'all talked about Trump wearing the hat in front of the dead soldier.
We didn't. No, we didn't talk
I
about
got
it.
pictures. I got pictures if you want to see it.
No, I mean I saw it at the. You mean at the honorable transfer? You mean?
Yeah, yeah,
yeah. I mean, it's just another way that he's completely fucking disrespectful and a piece of shit.
It's unreal. It's unreal.
Yeah,
He wore a hat?
he's
Yeah, he's
not.
wearing a white- white hat, gold trim.
I'll
It
show.
said,
I'll
make
show.
him-
I'll show you the picture.
Yeah, it was white hat, gold trim. I think it said "Make America Dead Soldiers Again." Anyways, y'all have a good night.
Jesus Christ. You too. You too.
You
Thank
too,
you.
friend. Honorable. Excuse me. Dignified transfer. My apologies. No, not honorable. Dignified transfer. Sorry.
Well, at least he's doing them this term. Last term, he didn't do them.
Yeah, last time he didn't even do it. This is just so fucking embarrassing. I wasn't allowed to wear a hat inside the goddamn house, let alone to salute fallen soldiers. But there he is.
Oh my God.
In a white and gold USA ball cap.
Also, to add insult to injury, it looks like Fox News was caught covering his ass. So that's the actual picture. But Fox News decided that they were going to use a different picture of him. From, I guess, his first term. An old video. So they aired an old video of Trump at Dover. And the old video, he's not wearing a hat.
Motherfucker.
And they tried to pass that off as him today.
Okay, Fox did issue an apology. They admitted to doing it, and so they issued an apology per AP. But I think it's too late.
Yeah. Fox News used old video of Donald Trump in multiple reports on Saturday and Sunday, concealing from viewers that the commander-in-chief wore a golf hat throughout a ceremony on Saturday in which he saluted 6 flag-draped transfer cases carrying the remains of the first U.S. troops to die in his war in Iran. Holy fuck. Saturday afternoon, Fox News did initially broadcast the correct video of Trump at the ceremony, showing he wore a hat as he saluted alongside First Lady Melania Trump, J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, and other officials. Less than an hour later, however, when a Fox News host described the president's visit to the base for the, quote, dignified transfer earlier today, viewers were shown old video of Trump at a similar ceremony in December when he had not worn a hat to salute troops who had died in Syria. The same December video of Trump saluting as his hair was blown about by the wind was used again in at least 2 Fox broadcasts on Sunday morning. Yeah, that's not just a mistake.
Exactly.
Nope. Oh, and here we go.
Dignified transfer earlier today at Dover Air Force Base, where he was joined by First Lady Melania Trump and members of his cabinet. Joey, I want to turn to you on this. I mean, when you look at the loss of life here, some of these folks that lost their life fighting and defending our country, very young. Iowa
that's
took a big hit here.
That's the wrong video.
There's no way that you can talk about this without extreme sorrow
Oh,
and
wow.
heartbreak for their families. I appreciated the words from President Trump. What do you make of a day like today?
We can't let this be a...
Yep.
Who is that right there?
That's Hegseth.
That's Hegseth.
That's
right there.
Hegseth?
That's
Okay.
Hegseth. Yeah, that's Hegseth. And so, yep, that was wow. Yikes.
Matt, because they really want to let you know, a few people have said it in the comments,
Yeah.
that the flags are still being flown at full mast in Washington and D.C. And whenever we do lose a soldier, it's typically
Typically,
flown at
half
half.
mast. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I didn't realize that they were still at full mast. That's embarrassing. I'm embarrassed. I'm so embarrassed for us.
He doesn't have any type of like respect, no tact. Of course, if you have no tact, you have no decorum. He doesn't have any respect for tradition that honors anyone other than himself.
I mean, I was a Boy Scout, guys. I was a Boy Scout, and I think I've got more. I think I've got
Half
more
staff.
understanding of uh more understanding of flag code than the president of the United States does, which is so fucked up. That's like genuinely fucked up. I don't get it.
Could you imagine like if Bush, just like Bush Jr. or even Senior or Reagan or hell even Nixon would have like or like just think about like all our Republican presidents, if they would have said that some people are gonna die, some lives will be lost. That's the way it is. Like could you imagine if they would have said that?
Yeah.
Like the repercussions, like people would not take that shit.
There's no way. I mean, there's no one else. There's no other president that they would blindly follow. It's a cult. It's a fucking cult. The whole thing is a fucking cult.
Yeah, seriously, before I get out of here, I'm just going to say that sometimes I truly do feel crazy because I don't get it. I honestly do not get what it is exactly that they are following. I get there in the sunken place. I get that part, okay, but why this person and the actions that they're taking? What is it? Like, I feel like I have Trump figured out, but I don't have the Trump supporters figured out. I just want their brains to be studied.
I mean, good luck. Maybe we'll get an anthropological study in like 30 or 40 years. It'll be like when they studied CTE or something like that with the NFL.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Something. But may the force be with you too. I'm leaving this joint.
Yes. God bless
No,
you.
you did
too.
not just do the Catholic thing. Okay.
I'm allowed.
You are Catholic, I know.
Yeah, I can do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nemo, make sure Matt drinks some water, okay?
I will.
Okay, bye
drinking
guys.
water. I'm drinking water. All right, Mom. God.
I'm almost 60.
Yeah. Goodbye, Erica. W's from Erica. We appreciate you. Guys, if you're ever on the tube, give us a ring. Phone line is on. I guess some people said they tried to call and it went to like the voicemail or whatever. I mean, the phone line is on as far as I can see. So, yeah, request line up over here on TikTok. If you vote for Donald Trump, it'd be good. We could try to get one more guest before we wrap up. I could do one more. It'd be nice to talk to one more person.
Also, I need to fact check myself. Earlier, I said that quantity is a quality all its own.
Hi, thank you for calling the stream. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
I voted in Louisiana, and I am 27.
Okay. Would you like to discuss one of the subjects that we've got up on the screen or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
Oh, I had an idea. Obviously, I have no power, but I had this idea about the whole ICE thing, right? And I wanted to get your thoughts on this. Okay. So I think, you know how everyone had to get like the federal ID, right? At least we did in Louisiana. Like everybody, there was this big storm of people to go get the federal ID.
You mean
And
the real?
everyone would
You
show
mean the
up
real ID?
Yeah, the real ID. Right. And everyone showed up to go get this real ID, and it took months. If you had to go get a notary or something, I have to do a lot of notary work. And whenever I would go up, these things were just
You
slam
do realize
packed.
that not everyone had to get a real ID, right?
Well, yeah, they didn't have to, but it was convenient. You know, if you do a lot of air travel or something, especially, like it was convenient. So this is my point. If so many normal citizens just like voluntarily could go and do this, instead of having ICE go and root out communities or whatever, you know, surveil communities and pull over people for all kinds of shit just because they're profiling them and they want to see if they're illegal immigrants. What if we gave all the illegal immigrants an opportunity to show up to one of these notaries or one of these places, pass the same day background check, and then make them citizens, assuming they never committed like any heinous crimes? And then all the people after that, it's like you gave the people an opportunity to become citizens. Is that a crazy thought, or couldn't something like that be done? Do you think?
Not only could something like that be done, it has been done before. So what you're describing is mass amnesty. Ronald Reagan did that back in the 80s. I think it was 86, 87 when he did amnesty. And I think that there were 2.7 million. There was over 2 million people did what you're describing. I don't know if it was all on a single day. I mean, if we were to go with you know what you're proposing, I would say instead of one single day, maybe over a period of a week or two,
or even like a month,
you know, whatever
or like
period
month
of time
or
you
2
want. Sorry?
Like you give them like a month or two. Is that what you're saying? Like don't even give them a week.
Yeah.
Like, give them a
Like
couple
I would
months.
say just to make it doable, give them about a month or two, something like that. That way you don't overwhelm the system on one day, and that way you also give people a chance to actually make the arrangements to do that. But yeah, like what you're describing, mass amnesty, most Americans, when you ask most Americans, would you prefer to do amnesty for people who are here illegally through one way or another that have not committed any crimes? So we're not talking about criminals. We're talking about just people who are here and their paperwork is wrong for some reason, right?
Yeah.
Would
just
you
like they're
prefer
not
to
criminals.
deport?
They're not like bad criminals. Like yeah.
Exactly. If you ask most Americans, would you prefer to deport all these people or just grant them amnesty? Most Americans say amnesty. And to be clear, amnesty, that doesn't even make them a citizen. That makes them like a permanent resident. So they get a green card, right? So when you get a green card, that doesn't make you a citizen. That means that you're allowed to be here permanently, right? You are a legal permanent resident, but you have to then still go through the process to become a citizen. And that's like a 5-year process, and there's a whole thing. But yeah, I mean, like what you're proposing, yeah, I mean, we've done it before. Most Americans support it. And honestly, like it makes more sense to do that because you can spend hundreds of billions of dollars trying to comb through every square inch of this country to find people whose paperwork is not perfect and then rip them out of their communities and send them back to whatever country they're originally from. I mean, you could do that, but it costs hundreds of billions of dollars just to do that, just to find them, then secure them, then deport them. That costs hundreds of billions just by itself.
Yeah.
That
It just
also
sounds
doesn't
expensive.
account
It sounds
for
ridiculous.
all the. Sorry.
It just sounds ridiculous. Like it sounds ridiculously expensive. Like it just like common sense just tells you it's too expensive. Like it's silly.
Yeah.
It's just a silly thing to like try to attempt.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Which,
I'm just.
I mean,
so how did it
that's
work
kind of
out?
why
Like,
it
I
hasn't
wasn't
been
alive
done before.
You said it was done by Reagan. It's like how did it?
No. I'm saying
out?
What Trump is doing, the ICE going into communities and ripping people out, that in like mass levels like that, it hasn't been done before. The mass amnesty
but you
thing,
had
that has
mentioned,
been.
but you had said like mass amnesty was done. So like
yes, that has.
How
been
did it
done,
go?
yes.
Like I don't know anything about it. Like did it work out well? Like how did it go? Like it was pretty easy.
Yeah. So I mean, Reagan did it in. It was with the. What was it? Reagan. Oh, I'll give you the year. 86. Yeah. So the Immigration Reform and Control Act of 1986. That is when mass amnesty was granted. And yeah, I mean, it ended up making way more sense to do that economically, just from like a government spending perspective, also from an economic perspective, because you can say, oh, well, they shouldn't be here. Okay, whatever. What are the effects of taking that person out of the community? Because it isn't just them, right? It's the people that they know. They work somewhere. They probably have family who are here legally, or whatever. Like there is no just one man is an island type thing. They're part of a community, and ripping people out of communities has ripple effects, like negative cost effects to things, right? And so it makes way more sense to just do amnesty.
Well, here's my question, right? I got another question on this. So say we did mass amnesty again, and everybody that wasn't a criminal went and did this. Wouldn't there still have to be something like ICE to then police whatever remains? You know what I'm saying? Like, if I'm a murderer or a rapist, I ain't showing up to the notary. You know what I mean? So
Sure.
What do you do about that?
So
doesn't something like ICE have to exist?
Yeah, so before ICE was created, because ICE was created back in 2003, or around there, 2002, 2003. Before that, there was Customs, then there was Border Patrol, they were separate, and then there was what's called INS, which that might ring a bell depending on how old you are. INS. And they were a part of the Department of Labor, I think.
Yep.
And the idea was INS, the reason they were part of the Department of Labor was because, well, we're going after employers that are hiring people who are here illegally. That was the logic. And that makes sense. But INS was kind of its own thing. It was not a part of, there was no Homeland Security thing at the time. And the argument was like, these people aren't posing a threat to national security. They're just here and their paperwork is wrong. So would something like ICE have to exist moving forward? Sure, but not ICE itself, right? I mean, in my world, in if I had a magic wand, I would say, number one, amnesty, followed by dissolving CBP and ICE and turning it back into CBP and INS, and doing that. So, like the way that the Obama administration did it, they basically said, we're not going into the interior of the country. We're not going into bumblefuck Idaho looking for people. We're not just going to send a bunch of agents through all these communities in the middle of nowhere. We're not doing that. We're policing within, I think it was either 50 or 100 miles of the border. So the idea was, if you're within 100 miles of the border, okay, like at that point, there's going to be ICE people looking around, trying to find whoever, right? And that's how the Obama administration did it. And they also prioritized criminals. Now, Trump campaigned on that. He said, we're going to get the criminals out. Except if you look at the deportation numbers, over 70% of all the deportations that he has done so far have been people without a criminal record. They have no criminal record at all. So that remaining 30%, they have some type of record. That doesn't mean that they are criminals. That means that they may have had something on their record back in the day or whatever. I think that if you drill down into that 30%, I think it's only like 5% are what you would think of as the bad guys, you know, the murderers, the rapists, right? It's like less than 5%. It's some silly tiny number. So the Obama administration, if you look at theirs by comparison, it's flipped. It's like 70% were criminals and 30% had no record, that kind of thing. So, I mean, I feel like theirs, the Obama administration's approach to it was better. It was still rough, but it was better than this.
So what would be ideal? Is like in my head, is like we give out like mass amnesty, but then I'm also just like common sense thinking is like I don't want history to repeat itself. We already did it with Reagan, which you just told me. I didn't know that, but like we're gonna do it again. So then like we're putting out like a kind of like a public incentive to foreigners that want to risk it for a better life. That like, hey, they might get it again a third time within like 60 years, right? So it's like if we did it, if Reagan did it and we're doing it again now, so like a 40-year gap. So it's just weird about like putting out like that incentive to just like foreigners. That like, hey, we're just doing that.
Can I interrupt there real quick because
Yeah.
is giving you Nemo is giving you all this good information. I can tell you what the problem was, right? The problem was we tried to fix a problem, right? We're like, okay, all right, we're gonna retroactively fix this issue that we've had, and then we passed a bunch of laws to fix immigration moving forward, right?
Okay.
No, I was kidding. We didn't actually do
Yeah,
that.
because I was like, I don't know. I guess, dude. Like, it clearly, whatever they did or didn't do didn't work.
See, that's the problem. That's the problem, my friend. Is that what we needed to do? Was we needed to fix the system moving forward, and we didn't fix the system moving forward. We just kept kicking the can down the road, right? And so if we didn't fix immigration, of course the same thing was going to happen eventually. Of course it was going to catch up to us. Yeah, absolutely. What we need is we need to do something like this with amnesty. We need a comprehensive overhaul to our immigration system. We need those two things paired together with each other. And by the way, if you want to talk about those violent criminals, and you're like, yeah, those people aren't going to show up for amnesty. They're not. And that's fine. Because when the people that do show up for amnesty pour in, all of a sudden, what happens to your undocumented population in America? When all of those people get granted amnesty, what happens to your undocumented population? It shrinks dramatically, right?
Mm.
And now all of a sudden, all those people that were quote-unquote undocumented, that you didn't know who they were and where they lived, now you know where all of them are and who they are and what they're doing and where they live. And now there's a much, 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 much smaller pool of people that are unknown to you and undocumented, which means the people that you're actually looking for, that pool has shrunk dramatically, which makes it a lot easier to find those people. We want to find those people, and we want them out of our country, right? If they're not going to come in voluntarily, it will be easier to go and find them because we're not looking through millions of undocumented people, right? Consider, like, if we went from, just as an example, right? If we went from having, 5 million undocumented people in America to having 500,000 undocumented people in America. I'm just throwing numbers out there.
Yeah.
It's not really what the population is, right? It's probably closer to 16 or 17 million, and who knows how many people would accept amnesty, and it's right. But I'm just like giving you some numbers, right? Could you imagine that all of a sudden, instead of trying to find criminals in 5 million people. Well, we're like, okay, well, it's 500,000 people. Well, that's still a decent amount of people, but it's sure as hell not 5 million, right? And so,
No, I hear you. I
so
want to believe you're right, but like how I just don't see how that makes a difference in finding them. Like I don't
Well-
see how it matters. Like if you're searching through a smaller pool of people across the whole population, it's still like they're undocumented, aren't they? Just going to be? Don't you need something like ICE to go and
I'm not
racially
saying you don't
profile
need. I'm
people
not. No one's.
and
I'm
find
not.
them?
I'm not saying that you don't need some sort of a governmental agency to go and find criminals. Who's saying? No one's saying that you don't.
No, I'm just asking. I'm like,
course,
doesn't it always
yeah.
come down to like it comes down to a messy scenario of like racially profiling people essentially?
No,
Like,
you don't, dude.
Like, how
You
else do
don't
you find
have
them?
it. You don't have to racially profile people to go and find them. If people are committing crimes, we go and find people who are committing crimes. It's really simple. Like
Oh,
it's
so you're saying like as it happens, like those people will just okay. So they're just going to commit the crimes,
there are
and
so,
then we deport them from there.
there are so many different ways to find people who aren't supposed. I mean, realistically, there's a lot of different ways to find people that aren't supposed to be here, right? But one of the main ways is that if somebody commits a crime and we find out that they're not a citizen, they generally go to jail, especially if it's anything at all serious. If you commit a felony, you're going to go to jail and then you're deported. Period. The end. That's it. Like that's the only thing that's going to happen to you. If you commit a felony, you're going to go to jail and then you're deported. That's it. You're going to serve your time in prison, or you're going to serve your sentence, whatever your sentence is, or whatever they give you, and then you're deported. Like that's pretty much it. So, I mean, we're already doing that. So, you know.
Well, I think they should just give everyone this mass amnesty then, and then just crack down on immigration, reform it. Like, I don't, I have a couple friends that are going through the green card process. Like, I got one friend I'm thinking about that's from South Korea, and he's going through the green card process, working his ass off, and he sent me all the requirements, and he knew I owned a business, a wholesale business for a little while. I was like, can I come work for you? Because I need to get all these quarterly hours, and I didn't know anything about it until he messaged me. And then he was saying, and it was like 10 years worth of work to get this green card for him. I was like, holy shit, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's a ton of work.
But to even get, so like if someone's not here, like in his case, he came through like the educational system, and he was in high school, he was a border student in Mississippi of all places, which is crazy. And he came here as a student. But like if you were an adult, what do? Do you go into like a U.S. embassy and then you just apply? Like how does that process actually work for like an adult in another country?
It is insanely difficult, dude. You have to you really want to like try to get brought here on a work visa. Okay? You want to try to get brought here on a work visa, maybe an H-1B, or you're going to try to like marry somebody. I actually had an employee of mine who worked for me, and she got married to somebody, and I was part of the process because I had to actually write letters and sign like affidavit, like be like, these people actually got married, like, and they this is real, like they're not just doing it. And even for them, it still took years. It still took a couple of years, like, and it was expensive. And there's interviews and paperwork and everything, and they just got married. Like, this shit isn't easy, my friend. Like, like, no one's making it easy. And like, listen, I get it. You're like, oh, we don't want people gaming the system. We don't want this, but there has to be a way. There has to be a way that we can streamline our system, that we can make sure that the people who should be here, that are going to contribute to our society, should be allowed to be here. Or even if they're not going to get full citizenship, that we should give them, at a minimum, a legal way to be in America. For example, farm workers, migrant workers, people who are here in that capacity, like migrant workers, they should they should have some sort of legal work status in America, even if we're not going to give them full citizenship. They should have a right to be here. We should be able to fully track them, know who they are. They have an identification. They pay taxes. All of those things, like, why not? What would be the problem there? Then they're protected. We're protected. Their employer can safely collect their taxes. The government gets the money, and not that we're not already collecting taxes on it, but like this like really ensures that it's completely on the up and up for everybody. No one's like afraid. No one's thinking about doing things under the table, et cetera, et cetera. Like all of those things would be like immediately off the table. Even if we just did for migrant workers some sort of, like I said, legal work status if it's not citizenship. We could do that for people. There's so many different ways.
Yeah, that part seems a lot trickier.
Well,
than just doing like the clear-cut citizenship way. But we can agree.
No. I'm not. Listen, I'm just throwing out different ideas. Yeah. Listen, my friend. Listen, I'm just throwing out like different ideas. I'm just saying like, oh, hey, if you didn't want to give citizenship to every migrant worker that was coming into America, but we do desperately need migrant workers, give them a legal work authorization or something like that. Actually, Ronald Reagan and George W. Bush, that was a thing that they had suggested in the early 80s as well. That was kind of like one of their ideas that they were batting around back then. So I'm just throwing things out. But, I mean, the thing that we shouldn't be doing, right? I'm really glad to hear that you agree with that. But the thing that we shouldn't be doing is knocking down people's doors and violating the Fourth Amendment and wearing masks and like being a secret police force basically and like dragging people out of their homes for no reason. Like that we probably shouldn't be doing, right?
It's very tricky because like we definitely created a mess in the last 60 years. Sounds like it's like we got to give amnesty and then we got to somehow lock it down in a way where we don't create the problem again. And it's like I feel like if you just have some kind of like online AI, same day, I don't know, I'm just throwing out AI as a word, but someday, some kind of like streamlined system using technology where you can identify these people, have a skill set, a degree in another country, or some kind of like license or something where like they can be a proper contributor to our society. And it's like they pass the background check, then it's just like boom, come on over. Like that would be great. But it sounds like it should be.
Yeah,
but then,
I mean,
you say let them in for work, and we can disagree. I feel like that creates the opportunity for people to come here for work, and then they realize maybe this is just a better situation for them, and then they stay here past the thing and past their timeline or whatever, and then we can't find them to deport them, and it's like the same thing might just repeat itself. So I feel like you just got to give them citizenship up front, just like hey, you're a citizen, congratulations, you passed the test. You're in. Boom. You see what I'm saying? Like you don't want to create too many scenarios where they can just come in for a temporary period of time, and then they decide they don't want to leave. That could be kind of bad. You see how that might just create the cycle over again.
I don't know.
Yeah, listen. All I'm going to say is that I just brought that up because like if you have, I'm not talking about a work visa. That's not what I'm talking. I'm not talking about like a temporary work visa. I'm talking about like a permanent migrant legal status. That's what George H.W. Bush, George Bush Sr. and Ronald Reagan were talking about. I'm talking about like a permanent legal status. I was just saying if you didn't want to grant someone who is a migrant worker and who might be traveling back and forth, say just as an example, between here and Mexico or here in Honduras or here in Ecuador, whatever it may be, that you didn't want to grant them full citizenship. But if you gave them a legal status and an identification card and you background check them and whatever it may be, you would be able to track them. It would be like, to the same extent that you would any other visitor into our country or any other, the citizen to a degree. they would be as trackable as anyone else. I'm just throwing it out there. But either way, if you want to give them full status, give them full status. That's fine. But the bottom line is that yes, we actually need to address the problem. But the issue is that Trump just wants to kick out brown people, and he doesn't want to address the problem. Like, we did have a chance to somewhat address the problem during the Biden administration with a really good bill, and then Trump made sure that we didn't. So,
Well, why don't they just do it now? Why don't they just do the mass amnesty now? Reagan did it. Trump often likes to say publicly that he's kind of like Reagan sometimes. You see the headlines. Directly associate himself with him. It's like, it wouldn't feel like he could spin it in a way that would be positive for him. Like, why don't they just do the mass amnesty now? It would just be cheaper and better for everybody, I think.
I mean, I agree, but Trump doesn't want it. And Stephen Miller is really, I guess, the brains of the operation in the Trump administration, he absolutely doesn't want it. Stephen Miller is he's the bald guy that he looks kind of like Nosferatu.
I've seen him. Yeah, and he kind of gives off like a security guard sort of figure. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. There's video of him in high school talking about how we need to deport a bunch of people. And he's always been hardcore about, oh no, I got to get them all out. So there's no way that he would be down for amnesty. No way in hell.
That sucks. That really sucks.
Yeah. I sent a clip to Matt.
Yep.
I don't know, will he be able to hear it?
Yeah, you should be able to hear it. I'm going to start playing something. If you can't hear it, you let me know, okay?
Okay.
But you should be able to hear it.
They have a problem of 40 to 50% unemployment. Now, this cannot continue without the possibility arising with regard to that other country that we talked about, of Cuba and what it is stirring up, of the possibility.
I'm sure you have to summarize.
You said you can't hear it?
Correct.
No, hang on. I can fix that. We have the technology. All right. We'll try this one more time. Hold, please.
Is stirring up of the possibility of trouble below the border, and we could have a very.
Can you hear it now?
I can hear that. Yeah.
Okay, great. Let me start it over for you. Hold on. Here we go. All right. Here's from the beginning.
Arising with regard to that other country that we talked about, of Cuba and what it is stirring up, of the possibility of trouble below the border, and we could have a very hostile and strange neighbor on our border. Rather than making them or talking about putting up a fence, why don't we work out some recognition of our mutual problems, make it possible for them to come here legally with a work permit, and then while they're working and earning here, they pay taxes here. And when they want to go back, they can go back, and they can cross and open the border both ways by understanding their problems. This is the only safety valve right now they have with that unemployment that probably keeps the lid from blowing off down there. And I think we could have a fine relationship, and it would solve the problem you mentioned also.
So that was Ronald Reagan in 1980.
I agree with the principle of it. I just think in the details, if I was voting, I would just say, hey, you got to make them citizens one way or the other. No in between, no work permit. Just hey, you can be a dual citizen. Congratulations. That would be my thing. Is just don't tier it. Either they're good enough to be here or they're not. That would be like the one. If I was in charge in the office, that would be what I would do or what I would vote for. But
yeah, I mean
that's all.
The benefit of doing essentially, what Reagan's describing, what you're describing, if you make something easy, people are more likely to do that than they are to do the illegal version. Like, the example that I use is Netflix versus illegally downloading stuff. People used to illegally download stuff, and then Netflix came along and they stopped doing it as much. And then Netflix started to suck. And then they started illegal downloading again. Like, if you present an option that is really convenient and it's straightforward and does whatever it is, people are less likely to break the law to do whatever it is. You know?
Oh yeah.
So that's the other benefit that you have. So and that causes less of a strain on the system that exists to police the border and to police immigration. So right now you have like crazy backlogs, you've got insane quotas with ICE, like they're supposed to deport, I think it's like 3,000 a day or some stupid number like that.
Yep.
And then you've got judges where they're overworked to hell and back. Immigration lawyers, again, same deal. The system is strained heavily. And so if you do the option that you're saying, that also acts as a pressure valve where now the system can actually work correctly, while also making it easier for people to come here, right? So, I mean, I agree with that in principle. I mean, unfortunately, Trump and MAGA broadly, they don't agree with that. I mean, you have that there's a bunch of different flavors inside of MAGA. You've got like the group that is actual white nationalists who say, oh, this is a white country, our founders were white and they wanted Europeans and stuff.
Those people are crazy.
There's absolutely that within MAGA. You've got people who say, that we don't want criminals here, and coming across the border illegally is a crime, therefore they should be removed. And then you've got people who say, well, they're driving down the cost to, or the wages for my business, and that's hurting me, and that's why I don't like it. And then you've got people who they just don't know Spanish and they're upset about that, so they get mad about that. There's all these different subsets in MAGA, and unfortunately, a lot of MAGA they don't agree with the idea of, hey, amnesty's easier, and there's a compassionate way of approaching this as opposed to the tough, well, you fucked up and deal with the consequences. Like, yeah.
So it's just going to take it sounds like it's just going to take a new executive administration to deal with it then.
Oh yeah. Yeah. It would take a Democrat. I mean, I don't want to be that straightforward about it, but ultimately a Republican is not going to do what you're describing. Because even though Reagan was a Republican and he was deified by Republicans for many, many years, the party's not there anymore. Because it isn't just Trump saying that. Like there's like a smash cut video that I have saved up of like comparing Reagan to the modern Republican Party, and it's just it's like Ron DeSantis is in it, Mike Pence is in it, all sorts of different Republicans versus Reagan, and it's night and day. Like even Democrats nowadays are still not on Reagan's level. Like they're going to be more amenable to what we're talking about. But even a lot of elected Democrats are like, oh no, we gotta be tough on the border. Like I think that the only way that you're going to do it is if you can get a progressive Democrat into that office. And who that is, I don't know. Right now, it's too far off to know for sure. But I can say with certainty that there is no Republican at the national level right now that is for anything that we've been talking about.
I feel like I don't know his position on it, but I wonder if Rubio might be, because I've like seen Rubio in the past pretty critical of Republican policies that he thinks like will affect the future. I feel like if maybe he was, I'd be interested to see like what his answer would be if he would be open to that. I don't know, but I think it could.
So,
I hope someone campaigns on it, because I think whoever campaigns on it probably will just win.
I mean, I agree. I agree. Whoever campaigned on it would win. Fully agree. Rubio, he is. So number one, Rubio, he's the son of Cuban immigrants. He used to pretend that he was the son of Cuban refugees. So for a long time, Marco Rubio pretended that his parents fled from communist Cuba, like from Cuba after Castro took over. They did not. They came to the United States a few years before Castro took over. So they actually came to the United States while Batista was still in power. And the U.S. was pro-Batista. So he got called out for that, and then he had to backtrack. But as far as his opinions on immigration, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I'm assuming that he is not for anything that Reagan described. I mean, I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, he seems no, I don't.
And also, I would say, even if he were for what we just described, his foreign policy is so destructive that I don't think that I could really get on board with it, because his foreign policy is basically what's happening right now. With Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, Mexico, or the rest of Central and South America, China, Russia, probably some other places. Like he is what's referred to as a neocon. So a neocon that's like George W. Bush. Exactly. Yes. So he is, Dick Cheney, George W. Bush through and through. That's who he is. And so like that kind of foreign policy, dude, I mean, I don't know how the Iran thing ends. Like we were talking earlier about the Iran situation, and it is a total dumpster fire. Like if we were to pull out right now, we are still so fucked with the mess that we caused. And
somehow we're gonna have to put new leadership in there somehow.
I don't know. I don't know how we unfuck that situation, but I know that all of us, like people who are not Marco Rubio and Donald Trump, like your average person, we are going to be paying the price for years and years and years to come in the form of taxes, in the form of issues in that region, in the form of elevated gas prices or elevated energy prices or all sorts of different things. We are going to be burdened with that cost. And, what did we gain from it? I don't think that we really gain anything from it, because we're sure as hell not getting Iran's oil because we lit the oil fields on fire. Like, I don't know if you've seen the latest, Iran's the oil, there were videos of this. It's on fire.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up, actually. Oil literally like spreading, and you should look up the videos. It's pretty fucked up.
Well, when you all say that, I think about, we had the BP oil spill down here, so that's my only image in my head. It's like if you light a whole bunch of oil rigs on fire.
it's like that times 1,000.
Yeah, it's crazy. They just lit everything on fire. That's wild.
There's
Intentionally?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
how do you accidentally do that?
You
don't accidentally do that, do you?
I mean, we're the United States, and if you think that we hit that by mistake, I don't think we did. Not with our
maybe
not with
one
our
of them.
Not with our military
Not
technology.
hundreds of them.
No.
So this is from BBC. I was trying to pull it up. So fuel depots were hit in Tehran and Karaj, west of the capital, according to local news agencies, citing sources in Iran's oil ministry. And then there's videos of it. Yeah, the U.S. and Israel hit oil depots in Iran. So, I mean, there's a reason that that oil price per barrel, which we were talking about earlier as well, if you go back to December, so 3 months ago, just 3 months ago, if you go back 3 months, oil was about $60 a barrel. It is now almost $120 a barrel. It's doubled in price in 3 months. And a lot of that price jump happened in the last week. Like, a lot of that has happened in the last week.
I've seen that. Like, even at the pumps, like around here in Louisiana, like rural, and I mean, we have small cities comparatively to a lot of states, but like, the pumps are expensive. Like, they went from like $2.25 to like $3.
Yeah.
A gallon.
Well, I mean, advice to you, just free advice, not an expert opinion, but free advice. You should probably fill up now, because there's not a world in which it goes down in the next month. It's not going back down in the next month. So if you're low on gas, trying to like stretch it out, buy it now, because the price is only going up. Because yeah, I mean, like, it's Sunday, and there are depots in Iran that are on fire right now. So when the market opens, oil's going to be through the roof, even more than it already is, and then that translates to gas costing more. So like, yeah, you said it was $3 a gallon. Is that what you said?
Yeah, that's high for where I live.
Nemo, our friend Erica just sent me an article from The Guardian from today. And I would very much like to read the beginning of the article with you. This is from The Guardian today, and the article, caller, the article, if you want to read it, it's in The Guardian. Iran threatens retaliatory attacks on oil facilities across Gulf after Israeli strikes. That's the name of the article. Here's what it says. Iran has threatened to attack oil facilities in neighboring countries after Israel struck at least 5 energy sites in and around Tehran, smothering the city in black smoke and escalating fears that the conflict will result in significant disruption to the world economy. Quote, if you can tolerate oil at more than $200 per barrel, continue this game, end quote, said a spokesperson for Iran's Revolutionary Guards on Sunday.
Yeah, that's not good for the United States at all. That ain't good.
That's pretty
I don't know
bad.
what they're gonna have to do, because I'm not the one that knows anything about how they handle all these wars they've been doing. But it seems like, other than the Russia-Ukraine conflict, they have a pretty good track record of wrapping up stuff pretty fast. So I hope that can happen. I hope that somehow they can wrap it up pretty quick. Because I don't know how long we're gonna be able to hang on. Like the average person, like that's gonna hurt the average person.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think that they thought that this was going to happen like Venezuela.
Right.
And in the case of Venezuela, we kidnapped the head guy, and then the VP for Venezuela just took over. So that wasn't a regime change. That was just okay, hey, we're gonna kidnap this dude and y'all just keep doing whatever. That could have been way worse. If they like took out the rest of that government, then it would have been chaotic. So I think that they thought the same thing would happen in Iran, except they didn't just take out one dude. They took out like a lot of the top leadership in Iran. And even though they took out a lot of that top leadership, Iran has been basically preparing for the US to do some fuck shit with them for the last 50 years or 40 years. They've been waiting. And so they have these stockpiles of all this stuff. They have these deep, deep tunnels that are dug into all of the mountains all around Iran. Because Iran is like 100% mountains. And there are these massive tunnels that just go miles and miles in. And they have contingencies for when their leadership just gets offed. It's not the same thing as like Iraq, because in Iraq, Saddam was basically just dictator and he didn't have a successor and he was a madman, right? So that it was easier to take Baghdad and to depose him, right? The occupation and us trying to stand up a new government, that was the hard part with Iraq. Iran's not like that. And I don't know, man. I like this, even if we were to magically somehow just stop tomorrow.
But we can't stop tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly.
It's already fucked. It's almost like the only like common sense solution that's coming to my civilian head is like, you better hope that someone that country respects in government is going to cooperate with you. Like, they got to find that guy and make it work with him or her. It doesn't matter. But yikes. Yeah, you can't just I don't know, you can't just like implant somebody and make it work. Quite a mess. Hopefully they can figure it out. And sooner rather than later. It has to be soon.
I don't.
It's wild.
I have to be honest with you, my friend. I don't think that's a thing that's going to happen. I don't think that there's going to be a magical solution like that. I don't think that's no. Don't think that's going to happen.
What else do you look for? You know, like what's the, if that doesn't happen? If you don't find someone within their chain of command that's going to cooperate with you and be like, hey, I'm the new leader now and I'll work with you. Like, what else do you do other than topple the government and make an election?
You can't just topple the government and make an election in Iran. They just won't do it. They have, what is it, Nemo? They have 400,000 is their standing army. Is that correct?
I thought that their army was 1 million.
Is
and
it?
that
No,
also doesn't count the police, the morality police, or whatever they call themselves.
Yeah, it's
the morality police. What
yeah,
are they?
and also there's no chance. Like invading Iraq was like child's play comparatively. Like we can't, like we don't have a chance of like waltzing into Iran the way that we did into Baghdad. Like, how old did you say you were again? I'm sorry, you're late 20s, right?
27. Yeah.
Okay. And I mean, this is no offense, but you don't remember 2003 when we went into Iraq. Okay.
No.
That was just over a month. I think it was like 40 some odd days. I remember it vividly. literally every single bit of that war was broadcast. And when I say that war, that like that first part of that, it was broadcast on TV. And it was like, oh my God, we're amazing. Like we just went in there and we're just bing, bang, boom. We're in Baghdad. And then George W. Bush is on a aircraft carrier, mission accomplished, and USA, baby. And then 20 years later, we're still in Iraq. And like, fuck. And that was easy. That was a piece of cake. This is not that. Like, these people, as much as they hate their theocracy, and I know that they hated the Ayatollah, and none of us like the Ayatollah. Like, no, there's no love lost for that government.
Yeah,
and for those people, they're
pretty
awful. Yeah, they're awful people. We don't like them. No support for them. I hate them for a number of different reasons. Trust me. I do not like the clerics or the Ayatollah or any of those people. They're awful, okay?
Yeah.
But this is a really like fraught situation. This is pretty like there's a reason why we didn't just do this at any other point in the last 40 years. You know?
Well, hopefully it works out good. But hey, I got one more question before I gotta go. It kind of pivots off this a little bit, but I think it ties together quite nicely. You know, we're dealing with a lot of inflation, a lot of governmental debt. I believe that a lot of it comes from the military, and I feel like we got to stop all these like overseas proxy wars in general, and we kind of got to cut them. I feel like we have to cut the military spending about like 50%. I don't know if that's like a hot take, but most of the people that I tell it to, like never Republicans are like they consider themselves like independents. Like that's pretty supported. The same way that I propose like mass amnesty, like it's a pretty supported thing. What do we have to do to cut down the national debt? Does it include like mass cutting the military? I don't see another way around it.
I mean, we spend a shit ton on our military. We absolutely do. Trump actually floated the idea of increasing the military budget by 50%. So currently we spend right at about $1 trillion a year. He floated going to 1.5 trillion not that long ago. Like this was a week or two ago. So as far as cutting it, yeah, we could probably afford to cut some military spending. I don't know if we should cut it in half, but you know, cutting military spending, yep, solid. I mean, as far as the debt is concerned, a lot of that just comes down to we've got to tax the right people. Like it comes down to we have a budget, and to this day, the budget, which is like I don't know about $6.5 trillion annual. That's how much we spend roughly. That's our operating budget. It's not covered by the amount of taxes that we take in. So the amount of taxes we take in is like 4 trillion ish, but we have a budget of 6.5 trillion. Now, if you were to turn that in, anyone else would be like, dude, you don't have enough money. What? And so obviously that is going to cause debt. And that comes down to we're just not taxing the right people. And the Republican argument is, hey, if you cut taxes for the rich and corporations, then they will use that extra money to hire people or open offices or start businesses or whatever, right? That's the argument. Mm-hmm. And that's been the argument from them since Ronald Reagan. It's called trickle-down economics. And it's been happening for right at over 40 years. And there's we have proof that it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It hasn't worked in the last 40 years, right? So in the last 40 years, the rich have only gotten richer, and the middle class has been hollowed out. The people will point to like, oh yeah, but the standard of living is better. Like, now people have microwaves. They didn't have microwaves in the 80s. I mean, okay, but that's pointing to like a standard of living. That doesn't translate to I can feed a family on one salary, right? There's a difference. There is a tangible difference there. And a lot of that just comes down to once upon a time, we used to tax wealthy, we used to tax the wealthy and corporations more. We just did. And there were a shit ton more brackets. So it wasn't just, at this number, all of a sudden it's through the roof. It was a very gradual thing. There was like 20 something tax brackets. It was crazy. But that's how we used to do it. And it worked because if you go back to Eisenhower is typically the one that people point to, because Eisenhower, he was the president in the 50s. He's a Republican. And under Dwight D. Eisenhower, you have, for corporations, so this is a corporate tax rate, corporate income tax, there were two brackets. The first bracket was 21. The second bracket was 50. So the first X number of dollars that a corporation makes gets taxed at 21%. And then the second, after however many dollars, it then gets taxed at 50 every dollar after. So that was corporate income tax. Mm-hmm. Individual income tax, the absolute tippy top, very top end bracket, was 92%. And to be clear, that was like after you make $10 million in 1 year, every dollar after that 10 millionth dollar is taxed at 92%. It was still like, you're not hurting for money at that point. Like, you made $10 million. So that was Eisenhower's tax structure. So this is a Republican, right? And during that time, people could feed a family on one income, and they could afford a house on one income. They didn't have to go to college. I'm sorry?
That sounds great. I was like, yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, being able to afford life on one income, that's crazy. That's
right?
Amazing.
Yeah. So like that's the answer, right? Did we still have debt at the time? Yes. It was nowhere near what it is now. So yeah, if we want to solve that, then, or if we want to reduce the debt that we have, then the only way that we can do that meaningfully is to tax the wealthy and the corporations.
I'm with it, as long as there's something not unforeseen I'm not thinking about. I mean, it sounds good. Sounds like something we got to do. And then also just cutting the federal spending massively, like especially the military. But I don't think the Republicans will ever do it, and I don't think the Democrats will either. It seems like a lot of their funding comes from military-associated people, unfortunately. More the Republicans than the Democrats, I think. But
yeah,
they don't want to cut it, and that's
yeah. And I mean, there's arguments for not cutting it, like not from the whole we gotta go to war with everyone. Not that argument. The argument of, well, if you cut the military budget, then that's jobs in America that are cut. Because it isn't just like, soldiers. It's defense contractors, but it's also like Lockheed Martin is a company in America. Yes, they make bombs. But those bombs are made by people who work in America, who feed their families, who live in a home and pay taxes, right? So there is like a give and take with it of, yes, we absolutely should reduce the military budget, but also there are ripple effects with that. So that's why you end up with these situations where people are kind of about dramatically cutting the military budget. I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm just saying that is the counter.
Well, I had an idea, not for the Lockheed Martin employees, but I was in the Army. I had a lot of family members, my grandfather, my stepdad. They were all in the Army. And we come to realize from a first person perspective that it's not really needed the way that people think it's needed. Right now there's last I looked was 400,000 active duty soldiers, and that's not counting National Guard, State Guard. I think that's just active duty people.
Yeah.
And I was like, we all, from the first perspective, we all know that's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous waste of money. We're like, okay, how do we? And I would press the question. I'd be like, okay, well, okay, you say it's ridiculous, but if they want to, I signed a 6-year contract. I think it was really 4 years, but 2 years flexed. And I was like, okay, what about all the people that are currently on contract? You can't just fire them. That's fucked up. And we're like, okay. So the conclusion that we came to was, what if you paid out the contracts and you let them finish out, and then you had a hard deadline, say 2030, where it was okay, or whenever their contract's up, right? And you could start it whenever, and then you let them continue working, but you just don't renew their contract, and that way they give them plenty of time, and they know, hey, start looking for another career. And in a lot of cases, in the Army, depending on your MOS, you have a lot of civilian skills. If you're a mechanic in the Army, well, there's good jobs, especially in the United States, for being a mechanic. Or that's just my example, but it was I feel that could be a good way to cut everything down pretty fast. Stop overspending on stuff we don't need, and then let those people transition to civilian life with a good skill set. And what do you think about couldn't that be a good way to kind of
yeah.
cut down spending?
Yeah. We saw something kind of like that after the Cold War. So in the late 80s and early 90s, the Soviet Union collapsed. At the time, we were spending about 5 or 6% of our GDP on the military, which if you adjust for inflation, I think we're not there. We're spending 3% nowadays. So we're actually not spending as much as we were back then, which is crazy to think about. But
yeah, it is crazy.
After the Soviet Union disappeared, the argument was, okay, all of this money that we were spending on the military, we don't have to anymore because the bad guys are gone. And it was the idea of what was called a peace dividend, that whole thing. So yeah, we have precedent for that. We absolutely could do a drawdown. That could totally happen.
People need to start doing this stuff. I just don't know who's gonna do all of this. It sounds like a very big problem that's so entrenched by donor spending. I'm 27, man. I only started voting not long ago, and I just don't understand how it's supposed to be done. Seems like a very big issue, and I know that the answer is not to give up hope and continue pressing forward, but damn, seems like an issue way over my head. I feel like that's part of the fear. Is this thing's gonna snowball and run away from us. Hopefully someone can come in and make some meaningful change.
I mean, a good start is to start voting for people who want to make progressive change, and generally those people are the people on the left side of the aisle, my friend. Those are going to be the people that want to move this country forward and not hold it back. And so I would strongly recommend that you reassess your voting situation when you look at who is in the voting booth, and who wants to offer up real solutions, because all the things that we've talked about and all the stuff that you seem to be on board with, all of those ideas are going to come from left-leaning candidates, my friend.
Yeah, my big fear about that is I think most of the people that I talk to, which are like independent, like pretty middle of the aisle, like, and I agree with this. It's just I'm saying I've talked to other people. It seems like how we kind of all think is that the government is super corrupt, and voting for anything that wants, like the left inspires like pro-government, especially there's more of a socialist movement. It seems like that's publicly more than ever. It's like it's very scary to vote for more government.
When you say a socialist movement, what do you mean, socialism? What does that mean?
Seems like the government wants to have its hand in all of industry, like
all of industry.
Yeah, like every bit of the market, they want to have their hand in everyone's lives. Versus,
you mean like how the government wants to have its hand in medical decisions of its citizens?
Not just medical.
Or do you mean like how the government wants to own parts of private companies now?
I would say medical. I would say retirement.
Okay.
When you're working, all the laws that govern how businesses have to operate.
Well,
and I just feel like it seems like, to me, it just seems like that the left and the Democrats, they're pro government, they're pro big government, and that's a very scary thing for when we interpret like the government's already corrupt. Now you want to make it You want to make it bigger. It's just scary.
Well, that's interesting, because it seems to me that the people who are trying to control people's bodies and get involved in their doctor's offices are the Republicans, because they're the ones who are trying to tell women what they can and can't do with their bodies. And they've successfully struck down a Supreme Court decision that existed for 50 years that told them that we couldn't tell them what they would do with their bodies, that decision existed between them and their doctors. Now, apparently, politicians have decided that they can get involved. Do you think that it's right for the government to get involved between a woman and her doctor in terms of their medical decision?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so we've now decided that, so that's the Republicans. Do you think that it's right that the Trump administration, in its official capacity, should be getting involved in private business deals as a government entity should be getting involved in private business deals as the government of the United States of America and meddling in private business deals? Do you think they should be doing that?
No.
Do you think that they should be buying up, literally owning parts of private businesses now as the United States government? Because I don't think that they should. But
I don't think so either.
But I'll tell you, not a Democrat doing that, it's a Republican doing that, okay? And when you talk about things like the laws dictating what businesses can and can't do, as a business owner, I'm really okay with somebody telling me that I need to have curtains that can't burst into flame automatically, or that like I need to have 3 or 4 means of egress from my building, or that I need to protect my employees by having workers' comp insurance, or that I need to publicly post safety laws, or that I need to have signs up that say you have to wash your hands when you do a certain thing, or that I have to train them to do a certain thing, because all of those things are related to public health and safety, or they're related to the fact that employees have rights in this country and that they're people. You're a person. I want you to have rights at your job. Don't you want to have rights at your job? Like your employer can't just like fire you for no fucking reason, you know? Don't Don't you want that?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with most of what you're saying for sure.
Because all of those things, my friend, that I just said, protections for people at their jobs, safety things, right? Making sure that our food is safe, all of this different shit. That's all brought to you by progressives, by people on the left who fought for it. And I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. The reason that you only work 5 days a week, I hope you only work. I assume you work 5 days a week and you get 2 days off, right?
I work 4.
4 days off. Fantastic. That's amazing, my friend. That's great. And I assume you have a 40-hour work week, or give or take, something like that, right?
Yeah.
Most people do. Most people work 5 days a week and they have a 40-hour work week. The reason that exists is because we had unions in this country and people fought for those unions and people died. People literally died in this country fighting to make that shit happen. 100 years ago, that didn't exist. It literally wasn't a thing. And people literally fought for it and died. And if you think that I'm exaggerating, go look up, I don't know. Go look up the Ludlow Massacre in Colorado. Go look up what happened in Lawrence, Massachusetts with the textile mills and the unions here, right here. I live in Massachusetts. Look up Lawrence, Massachusetts and the textile mills here. Look up all of the different things that happened. The
Battle of Blair Mountain.
Blair Mountain. Thank you. Absolutely. Fucking A. Perfect example, Nemo. Look up all of those different things, my friend, and you will learn that the only reason that those things exist in America today is because of progressive people on the left who fought for them. That's the reason why I say, when you say something like, well, I don't want big government and I don't like the way that, they meddle in businesses, man, we need people making sure that businesses aren't taking advantage of people, that they're not putting 12-year-olds to work like they used to, that they're not creating unsafe work conditions like at the Triangle Waco's factory in New York City, where they had doors that only opened in and not out, and they would keep them locked during business hours. And when there was a fire, 169 people died because their doors didn't open out and they kept them locked during the day. This is the kind of shit that we do need oversight for,
I agree with what you're saying. That definitely needs oversight. But could you see how it's concerning for a middle of the pack voter to then want to vote for government spending and government support, where we're already $2.5 trillion in debt just on the budget, just borrowing, and it's like then you have the Republicans where it's like their whole public voice is small, like they want to just cut shit constantly. Like that sounds like the solution to me.
So
like that's a scary thing.
The Republicans are really good at messaging, and they've convinced America. And this goes all the way back to Ronald Reagan. So they convinced America that Republicans were conservatives, and because they were conservatives, that meant that they were fiscally conservative, meaning that they were frugal. They were budget strict and disciplined in spending. Now, the thing is, they're not really fiscally conservative or fiscally strict, disciplined, right? Because they're willing to run up the credit card without bringing in the cash to cover it. They're willing to just put it all on the credit card, and then paying that off, maybe. That's the Republicans, right? I mean, as much flack as Democrats have gotten over the years for being the party of big government, or they just want to spend on everything. I mean, honestly, Democrats are the disciplined party when it comes to spending, when it comes to budgets. And I know you're 27, so the only time in your lifetime, in my lifetime, and Matt's lifetime, the only time that we have run a surplus since any of us have been alive, a budget surplus, is in the last 2 or 3 years under Bill Clinton. Now,
Yeah.
there are plenty of things that go into that, right? It's not that Bill Clinton was a fucking genius. Bill Clinton was he approached things intelligently as far as I guess pitching it to people. He was good at that. But overall, there were multiple factors that went into it, but tax policy was absolutely one of those factors. And at the end of his presidency, so I think it was 99, 2000, and 2001, because he left, started 2001, so fiscal year, whatever. That's when we had budget surpluses, where the government took in more tax dollars than it spent. And I mean, that's how you pay down debt. Because at that point, it's like, hey, I got this extra cash. All right, now I can put it towards, my debt, right? That has not happened since then. And, some Republicans that are aware of that, they will say, yeah, but Bill Clinton had a Republican Congress. Okay, that's true. But we've had Republican Congresses since then, and Republican presidents, and Republican presidents with Republican Congresses. And they have not done that ever since. So what was it? What was the unique thing there? And the truth is, it was tax policy. It was the taxes. Because think about what happens after Bill Clinton. George W. Bush. What did George W. Bush do? Well, you got the wars. That's one thing. Also, he did what's called the Bush tax cuts. Big, fat tax cuts for that were put in place by him. And those were eventually made permanent. Okay, so that's us cutting taxes even further. Now, Obama, to his credit, I think that there was a slight increase on taxes at one point during Obama's admin. But for the most part, things we're still talking about taxes being cut from what they were under Bill Clinton. And then Trump comes along, cuts taxes even more. We had the Trump tax cuts, right? And Biden wanted to raise taxes and said explicitly, I want to raise taxes on people making on households that make over $400,000. If you as a household make less than 400 grand every year, you will not have your taxes raised. We're going after households that make over 400K and corporations. That was the whole idea. Now, he didn't get that through because he didn't have the votes. And, that's politics. But now that Trump is back in, the Trump tax cuts were made permanent. And there were further cuts. So again, we keep cutting the taxes, but we don't cut the spending. And if we do cut spending,
you gotta cut the spending.
Right. And the spending that does get cut, because Republicans will point to, we did cut, this amount of money spending on this. Okay, Republicans absolutely do cut spending for certain programs. They absolutely do. But they increase spending elsewhere, and they don't cover that. And even if they do just cuts, and they don't increase spending anywhere, and they just do cuts, it still doesn't cover how much the tax cuts are. It doesn't make up for the difference. So that's the main issue. If we were to go back to literally just go back to the tax structure under Bill Clinton, which not that long ago, and it wasn't crazy high taxes at all. If we go back to that tax structure, we would basically the national debt, we would still have a national debt, but it would be nowhere near what it is right now. I think it would be less than half. There have been studies on this where they factor in, assume the wars still happen, assume the recession still happens, assume COVID still happens. So they factor that in, but they say like the amount would be dramatically different as far as the national debt. But if we oftentimes will bring this up, which it's easier if you can see the screen, but there are when people say that Republicans are better with the economy, we can go back to 1989. Okay, all the way back. So that gives you 3 Republicans, 3 Democrats. Okay, so you got George H.W. Bush, George W. Bush, and Donald Trump, and then you got Bill Clinton, Obama, Biden. So 3 and 3. Since 1989, roughly 51 million jobs have been created since then. So those are 51 million net new jobs have been created. Of that number, 50 million were created under Democrats. Only 1 million net new were created under Republicans. I swear to God, I'm not lying. This isn't an exaggeration. This isn't fudging numbers. We're not messing with stats. Those are the numbers. Now, to make it even more fair, we can go back. We can go back to this one. I think goes back to Carter, right?
Yeah, and caller, if you come back after we're done, rewind and watch the stream. The charts are going to be up on the screen for you. I'm putting them up right now. So here's the first chart. This is from 1989 to 2024. And you'll see on the screen the source for these statistics is the source for these numbers is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It's just the numbers from our government. That's it. Just the numbers from our government. Anyways, that first chart was the one Nemo was talking about. Then Nemo is right. This next one is from January 1977 to February 2024. That's 60 million jobs, and to about 17 million jobs in that time.
And then you can go back even further. You can go back all the way back to after World War II. So at that point, it's like, okay, we're going so far back that you can't blame it on, oh, well, there was a shit economy and you're kind of fudging the numbers. At that point, this is like modern history, right? And so at that point, this is how we get patterns. This isn't just a fluke. These are patterns. From the end of World War II until today, there have been a shit ton of Democrats and a shit ton of Republicans as president. I don't know how many. I think it's like 15 total. So 7 and 7, something like that. So Republicans are responsible for, I believe it's 33 million net new jobs. 33 million. Democrats are responsible for 88 million net new jobs. It's over 2 to 1.
That's pretty good. Is a lot of that coming from Bill Clinton?
Actually, if you take a look on the screen, I can show you. You can actually see right here where a lot of these jobs are coming from. Somebody also said, can we discount C-19? If you look at what Biden and Trump did, you can literally, you could just cancel them out, right? Even if you cancel them out, the amount of job creation under Democrats still wins out
Yeah,
handily.
I wouldn't even be arguing. I mean, I don't understand why anyone would try to argue that.
Just
that
saying, I'm
point
just
in
saying, if
favor of the
you
Republicans.
if you wanted to like play that, you could just, still, if you wanted to try to play that game.
Yeah, I mean, I'll
you
go
could,
back and definitely look
but,
at it. It's an interesting statistic. But I mean, I agree. I mean, if you're saying that's what it is, then I believe you. I mean,
Yeah.
that's what it is. I guess my thing going forward would be like you'd mentioned before about re-examining who you vote for in the voters box, and I always am. I mean, I'm not dedicated to any party or the other. I'm just trying to make the right decision for me and my family at the time. But it's hard because I really do like the tax cuts, and I don't like the idea of taxing people aggressively. And I mean, I'm in favor of what Trump did with the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime and everything. And I mean, I say Trump, but whoever else was involved in it too.
Whoa.
And then well, hold on, just
Okay. Yeah.
just to I want to, and then we were saying cut spending, but the Republicans don't cut the spending. It's like, I want to cut the taxes and I want to cut the spending. So like, how do we get that done? Like, is there a third party that could, I know the whole third party thing is just never, materialized, but man, I wish we could just cut the taxes and cut the spending. Because I mean, if I was in charge tomorrow and it was all my decision, we're cutting spending and we're having a surplus. Like, I just feel like somehow that's got to happen, and it's got to happen sooner rather than later. So like, how do you go about petitioning for that?
I mean, Kamala Harris said that she wanted to give a tax cut to the middle class. She said during the campaign that she wanted to give a tax cut to people making under 400 grand. So basically exactly what Biden had said, that, she wanted to do a tax cut for them while also increasing taxes for those making over 400, which again, the money's got to come from somewhere. And, people making over $400,000 a year, like, I mean, I am not the type that basically wants to be like, people that make a lot of money are pure evil and we have to take every fucking dollar that they earn. Like, I do get very animated sometimes when I talk about the wealthy, but I do understand that, like, yes, there is, you have earned money. Okay, I get it. If you make over $400,000 a year, if your taxes go up by, however many points or percentage points, you are almost definitely not going to feel that. Like, there is a dramatic difference between somebody who is scraping by and all of a sudden, like, milk is $2 more. They're going to feel that. They're 100% going to feel that. Mm-hmm. Or if gas goes up $1.
But I guess the part of it that I'm most concerned about is that I view government. I think Elon said this. I'm an Elon fan myself. I like SpaceX. I think they do a lot of cool shit. I like the engineering of it all. But he had made a point that kind of resonated with me, which was the government is like a living body, and anything that goes to cut it, in the example of spending, like, they're going to be protective of themselves. So like, yeah, you could pass all this tax stuff, and that's the part of it I think you can get done.
But
how do you go about attacking the spending?
Sure. Here you go. I know you can't see the screen right now because you're probably not looking at it, but you can come back and look at it later on. What I've got up on the screen is Donald Trump's first administration, his first 4 years, and Joe Biden's 4 years. Do you want to take a guess, since you can't see the screen, do you want to take a guess who spent more in their 4 years versus each other?
I know it was Trump. I know it was.
By how much?
I'm going to say a time and a half.
Double.
Maybe double.
Double.
Yeah.
Donald Trump spent double what Joe Biden did. And then you'll say, well, it was C9. No, it wasn't C. Even if you take out C-19 spending, it was still double what Joe Biden spent. At the same time that Joe Biden spent half of what Donald Trump did, he was cutting deficit spending. So he spent less. He added less to our debt overall. He was cutting deficit spending. And if you had voted for Kamala Harris, we all would have gotten a major tax break with the middle class, and we could have paid for more stuff because the uber wealthy would have paid a little bit more in taxes.
So what are they saying that they're cutting in the government budget? Exactly. Like, what's the Democrats' position on, like, cutting the budget? And where do they want to do it? And by how drastically?
What?
It feels like they don't want to. Like, the optics are the Democrats are pro big government.
You
That's the
keep
optics.
saying pro big government. You keep saying it, but there is no such thing as pro. Like, if you want to talk about pro big government, I think maybe we should start with the fact that we're spending $1 trillion on our defense budget. And you want to talk about Elon Musk? Well, boy, when Elon Musk went in there with Doge, why didn't he audit the Department of Defense?
My understanding is that he tried and that there was Republican flack and that he couldn't get it done because it was in trade.
No. Where do all of Elon Musk's contracts come from that he gets billions of dollars from the government? Where do all of his contracts come from?
I mean, I guess if he's bidding on them, the Department of Defense is going to put up contracts, and they're going to.
Because I assume that if you're upset about government spending and you don't like government spending, we should quit giving Elon Musk billions and billions of dollars a year, right?
We should probably stop putting those contracts up for bid.
No, we should stop giving Elon Musk, who has $500 billion, billions of dollars. Maybe we should stop giving him charity and socialism.
Yeah, but if he's the most affordable bid,
except for the fact that he's not, and
good
we
money
could just fund NASA like we used to.
Yeah, but NASA. I mean, maybe NASA can do it, but my understanding is that NASA can't.
Except for the fact that they can, and their rockets don't explode all the time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll just have to agree.
See, here's the thing. No. It's not. No, I'm so sorry. It's not.
An,
I'm going to have to stop you there, my friend. What are the 3 first agencies that Elon Musk went in and shut down in our government with Doge? And if you don't know, I'll help you out.
Help me out. I don't know.
The FAA, USAID, and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Do you want to guess why those were the 3 he went after immediately?
Why is that?
USAID was doing an investigation into Starlink. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau had over 600 complaints against Tesla. And the FAA was doing an investigation into SpaceX. Really weird how he went after those 3. Didn't touch the Department of Defense, which, of course, gives him billions and billions of dollars every year. But, sure, Elon Musk was really doing a great job there helping to cut government spending, right? By the way, Doge actually ended up costing us probably around $130 billion instead of saving us any money.
How How is that? How can that happen?
How could it happen?
Yeah, how do you end up having a team of like, what was it, 2,000 people that are tasked with cutting government spending, and then they end up spending 130 billion more? I don't understand how that's a thing.
They didn't actually cut any real contracts that weren't already like cut. Like they just lied. You realize that they just lied about shit. There's an entire website you should go check it out. It's this Doge Watch website. You can go read about how they basically just lied about all of the contracts that they were cutting. They were just repurposed. They would just take things that were already finished or already cut, and they would lie about them and say, "Oh, hey, look, we cut this contract. Oh, look at this, we cut this contract. Oh, we saved you this money here." Except that was all already done. And then, of course, the cost to our government with all of the things that they did, that's where the $130 billion comes in. They cost us $130 billion.
Yeah, that's no good.
It's really not.
I think that, a lot of people, they like the idea of, like whenever somebody says, oh, well, the government's wasteful, and there's definitely abuse going on in the government, and we've got to get in there and clean it up. We've got to cut all the waste, and we've got to figure out who's abusing it and get them out. And most people agree with that. And so when Trump campaigned on it with Elon saying that, oh yeah, we're going to go in there and streamline everything, it resonated with a lot of people because it sounds good, right? The thing is, we already do that. And a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't know that the government already polices itself when it comes to like spending. And it's not like Scout's honor, we totally found all the frauds. It's that there's either one person or teams of people whose job it is to audit whatever department it is. And they don't fuck around with that, right? So those people are called inspector generals or inspectors general, whatever. They're called IGs, and they are literally just auditors. And there's one typically for every department. And they figure out like, hey, this thing ended up, hey, there was like however many millions of dollars were being incorrectly spent or whatever. And they will go after the people in the government. If the government is knowingly doing it, whoever it was, they'll go after them and reclaim that money. When it comes to inspector generals or inspectors general, what's the department name? It's Office of Budget.
The OMB.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the OMB, so it's the Office of Management and Budget. Okay. All of the IGs go there, or they derive from there. And that's the job. That is their job. And these are real people that really do exactly what I'm talking about. They've been interviewed. They were interviewed after Elon Musk came through and fired pretty much all of them. And they talked about it, and they would talk about their job. Like, yes, it's not a glamorous job, but yes, we're supposed to audit, whatever. And we did audit, and they would show examples of them auditing whatever in the past, how they were able to save the government money or find, fraud or whatever. So we were already doing that. And so, and they did it better because number one, we were already doing it, meaning that there was no need to pay extra for Elon Musk to come in with his people and do it. That's duplicating work, right? That's number one. Number two, they're better at it because they're trained to do it, and it's like a department level. So it's like you are tasked with just this department, focus on this. Okay. As opposed to the entire federal government. Like, that's crazy. That's a massive thing. So it's easier for them to do it. They are trained to do it, and they have a better track record. So does that mean that the government was, perfect? No. There is never, ever a system that is perfect. So there is inevitably going to be waste or fraud or whatever. But that fraud gets caught a lot of the time. And as far as the waste is concerned, the question becomes, what do you consider waste? Because when people think of waste, they think of like, whenever people in the military tell stories of, it's training day, and they go and burn through however many thousands of rounds of ammunition because you don't want the budget to shrink. That absolutely happens, and I think that a lot of people think that is what the waste is. That government waste is all that, right? But when Elon Musk and Donald Trump talk about waste, when they say waste, what they mean is, sending out EBT funds to somebody who, for whatever reason, they think does not deserve it. Or sending out disability checks to somebody who they think could get a job and they don't deserve it. Or sending out funding to some project overseas through USAID that they think is silly because they don't actually understand whatever that project is or that scientific study is or whatever, right? There's always these headlines. Rand Paul would do this a lot, where he would bring in these headlines that are like, we're paying $3 million to study the sleep habits of shrimp. What is this? Just silly stuff. And it isn't actually that. It's them exaggerating it. But that's headlines. That's how a lot of news media is done now. You got to get the clicks, right? So, that is, in their eyes, that's what they think of when they say waste. And that's not waste to me. Sending EBT funds to somebody who, quote unquote, doesn't deserve it. Guess what? That's somebody getting fed. I'm good with that. Or sending a disability check to someone who, quote unquote, doesn't deserve it. I mean, hey, like, that's somebody covering their bills. And, do these people, whoever they are, deserve these things? Let's just say they don't. Let's say they don't. How much money is that actually that we're wasting, compared to cutting those things and denying those funds to people who do deserve it? Because you make it harder to get on these programs. That means that somebody who is on hard times, and that's the whole point of these programs, is, hey, when the shit hits the fan, here's your cushion. Well, if you make it impossible to use the cushion, and you're already on hard times on top of that, like, is that helpful? Especially because we're the richest country on the planet. Ultimately, I would rather feed 100 kids knowing that 99 of them don't deserve it and only one does. I would rather do that than to cut the spending so that only one kid who doesn't deserve it gets denied, and the other 99 who need it end up getting told no. Like, I would rather just accept the fact that, hey, there's inevitably going to be something that gets through the cracks, and there's no point in us penny pinching it. It will always happen. And we
Well,
can
I
be
think
as
that's
strict
very
as hell.
admirable, for sure. I mean, that's definitely like a very nice thought. I just wish that one of these parties could get to a surplus spending and we can keep it there somehow, or we could just make a rule, hey, we can't overspend with money we don't have. You know, that'd go a long way in a lot of people's heads, I think. But real quick, just to circle back about one thing, and then I'm gonna jump off. But about the SpaceX rockets, because I agree with a lot of what y'all said. But the SpaceX rockets exploding, it actually has to happen when you're testing these rockets. The same way that you put cars on treadmills, so to speak, and you test out the engines. It's really important that when you're doing these test flights, that you're documenting atmospherical conditions and like making sure that if you're testing them, like you're going to push the limits and stuff's going to explode. But I do think SpaceX is I do think like it's important that people know that this is actually like a good program and it's a good use of money. And giving those government contracts to SpaceX in general has been a really good deal for the taxpayers. I do think that's important too, for like the listeners to understand. It's like that is kind of
it's actually really not in a comparison with what NASA has done for us compared to SpaceX. It's a terrible deal. SpaceX has cost us an insane amount of money, and what we've gotten back from them is comparatively terrible.
I don't think so. I don't think so at all,
you can think that, but just from an objective standpoint, it's true.
No, I think it's the opposite. I think from an objective standpoint, they are a good deal. Just they have the capability to do operational crew flights. They have the capability to launch orbital satellites that disintegrate in the atmosphere.
You mean like what all the things that NASA could already do?
But NASA can't do that.
Except they
Or
could.
they don't.
Except
But they do it more
except
expensively.
NASA could already do those things, and if we had simply funded them and let them continue to do it, they almost certainly could have done it more efficiently than handing it over to a private company. Because NASA was far better at this and always was. Remember the people that remember the people that landed us on the moon? And then built the space shuttle? Those people?
I do.
Yeah,
but
those people.
Hear me out. So
it wasn't. Do you remember the? Can you tell me which private company it was that did that?
It wasn't.
There you go.
You gotta understand.
No, I don't need to. I'm sorry. I don't need to understand anything. I've researched this, and I'm actually very, very, very well read on this subject. If you think,
so you know that NASA like operates as a general contractor right now, right?
Right now.
Yeah, like in the last 10 years.
Yes, they've changed the way that they operate now. I was saying that they shouldn't have changed the way that they operated because they were operating just fine before.
But
let me ask you a question. Do you think that the FAA opened an investigation into SpaceX just for shits and giggles?
No.
Why do you think that they did that?
I don't know, but I think you're getting away from the purpose of what I'm trying to say here, which is NASA.
I'm not trying to get away from the
contractor.
purpose of what you're trying to say. You're trying to defend Elon Musk and SpaceX, and I'm trying to explain to you that although I'm sure that they have some great ideas and I'm sure that they can do some great things, they can't do it better and cheaper than NASA could have if we had just allowed them to do the work.
Do you know what NASA's approximate budget is? Like average out in the last like 10 years? Like just it's about $25 billion.
Okay.
Like maybe 20 to 25. And SpaceX is bidding these contracts that fulfill their entire purpose of being NASA for like 2 or 3 million or 2 or
It's
3
not the
billion
entire
dollars.
purpose.
That's not.
So
But
NASA,
it's the main purpose. Like whenever they need like something that's really crucial, like something like they either need shuttle flights to the space station or
yeah.
I mean that's the one that
So
comes
so
to mind. But
SpaceX
it's like
is
that's cheaper.
specifically So the difference is that SpaceX is specific to rockets, right? That's their thing is rockets. NASA is not just rockets. NASA back in the day, NASA it was rockets and also the whole fucking space program and also all of our all of our satellites, the civilian ones anyway, and then also all of the studies that go into or that those satellites are used for, right? Which there's also the security side of things, which that's more NRO, which is the the other side of NASA. But the point is that like if you go on to NASA's website and just look around it at all the crazy shit that they have on there, like they have images of distant things, so all sorts of high res images of Hubble and the James Webb Space Telescope. Those things are gorgeous and it's incredible. The point is that that's what NASA's doing now, right? They were still doing that, but also doing the rocket side of things. Like, there's a lot of things that NASA does that are not rockets. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I think that's amazing. I absolutely love the telescopes and stuff they put up. I'm not an expert on them, but I think they look really cool, and I can definitely just imagine how they're beneficial. But I'm just saying, like, don't be too much of a hater on SpaceX because they're doing a lot of cool shit, and I really like their engineering. Like, it's really good, and it's progressive in the engine world. Like, it's good stuff, especially with the reusability of it all.
Okay, just real quick, just out of curiosity, how long did it take them to develop the Starship?
I wouldn't even say it's fully developed.
I know. How long have they been developing it for?
I in my opinion, I think it really started.
They
about
started
6
in
years ago.
2012, so they've been
But
developing it now.
it didn't like ramp up.
They
It didn't
started.
truly
They
ramp up
start.
until
They
about 6 years
started
ago.
developing it in 2012. That means it's been 14 years and it's still not done. NASA started developing the SLS rocket in 2011, and they perfected it by 2022. Finished. That means it took them 11 years to develop the SLS. Just saying.
I mean, they are a little different, though, aren't they?
Sure. But I'm sure that one of these days we'll have a finished product, right?
I hope by the time I die. That'd
Yeah.
be pretty cool.
Well,
But
speaking of that, so not you dying, the the SLS. So Artemis is gonna be taking off very soon, I think. April. Okay. April of this year. That's when Artemis takes off. So if you're a space nerd, or if you just like space stuff, Artemis, that is NASA's next moon mission. So Artemis is taking off. Artemis 2 is taking off. Right now it's scheduled for April.
all right. Well, caller, appreciate you calling up. We've got to wrap things up for the evening. So thank you for calling in. Appreciate it. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Okay.
You as well.
All right.
Have a good one.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Also, side note, NASA, pro tip, could you pick literally any other day in April?
Right.
It's literally April 1st. Could you just do the 2nd? You've already delayed it 1,000 times. Could you just do April 2nd?
Right. Thank you to Anonymous. Thank you to Anonymous on the Blue app. It says, so you're just going to say F sleep. Well, now I'm not, because now I'm going to sleep. Yes, we ran you guys up for 4 hours on a Sunday night, okay? You're fucking welcome. Extra 4 hours on a Sunday night. There you go, guys. Back tomorrow night, regularly scheduled programming, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thank you guys for hanging out with us over on the tube. Make sure you're subscribed to me. Make sure you're subscribed to Nemo. Thank you, Alejandro, for the gift of the jewels. Thank you. Thank you very much, friend. Subscribe to Nemo right down here. Subscribe to me right up there. Do those things over here on the Tiki Talks. Make sure you're following me and my backup account. Make sure you're following Nemo and his many multiple backup accounts. Make sure you're on the Discord with both of us. You can find links in Nemo's bio and my bio. Okay, we appreciate that. We appreciate all of your support. Thanks to all of our mods for doing all of the Lord's work. We see you. We appreciate you. And that is it for me. Nemo, do you have anything else?
Yes. Amanda, thank you for the Blue app. Said being amazing commentary with facts. Have a fab night. Thank you very much for that. And Joseph, thank you for the other Blue app. Thank you for that. I can't see the message, but thank you.
Okay, so I see that Olive the Roddy is on and Swan is on. Now, if you're going to stay up and you might pop up with Olive, I would say we should go over there, or we should go over to Swan. So, I don't know. Which do you think?
So we should probably do Swan just in case, because I'm going to take a break. So
fair.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's what we're going to do then. All right. So I'm going to pop it into, there you go, in the chat. Guys, tell the Nemo when I sent you over there tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Be there or be sad that you missed us.